getting absolutely muscled there. At turn 1, that was an absolute disaster.
Oh, he spun!
Oh no! That's massive for Adam!
All over the rear bumper of spin, mate. These guys are hitting each other like nothing we've ever seen before.
G pulls out to the outside. Here we go again.
AEST there, he's going to go for a move here. The two Ferraris in front of him.
G went wide. G
Oh!
Oh, massive contact there.
This is going to be an incredible finish for these two.
The speed, the overspeed happening. They're going to go 3 wide into
Oh.
turn 1.
There's contact there from Tracy that comes through on the way in. He tries to retwist and gets his way.
Shoved out wide. Oh, huge contact.
This is fantastic. On the outside though in turn 1.
As he shoves it down the inside anyway. What is this? Oh my gosh! What a move from GTR! Hello. Oh. Sorry about this, guys. Looks like we got the Willow Springs slideshow for today. Sorry about that. So welcome back to Sector 1. The season break has been going on for a month now, and we've been dying for some racing action here. And of course, we're blessed with the Interlagos 90-minute Enduro for our Group A week. This is the place where history is made here in Sector 1. I mean, and just in motorsport in general. Interlagos is our location for tonight. And, I mean, I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be an incredible night of racing for Division 3 and Division 1. We'll have a look at our track map for tonight. And it looks like 4.309 kilometers, 15 turns around this one. It's a 10-minute qualifying, 90-minute race. The tyres for today and the required tyres are all 3 dry weather compounds, the softs, mediums, and hards. Division 3 guys will be kicking us off momentarily with their 10-minute qualifying. And we're about to jump into things. Of course, my name is Lenocis, and joining me in the commentary box is your Division 3 race director, Crazy Good Kung Fu. How are we doing tonight? Absolutely. And track schedule for tonight, kicking us off momentarily, Division 3 at 5:30 with their qualifying. 5:45 is their race. Division 1 at 7:45 and 8 o'clock for their race. And we'll see how the points are shaping up in Division 3 at the moment. Bumcrack leads the way from the Willow Springs sprint round with 108 points to his name. Frelix in P2, Boy Begum third, Carbonby from Station Motorsports in P4, Shiza 5th, Daz 6th, Gura 7th, Stranger 8th, Budsy 9th, Killer on the Loose 10th, Black Project 11th, Rex 12th, Prill 13th, and the newcomer Sizzling Sausage in P14. So I don't think we should keep these guys waiting for much longer. I think we should get right into things here. What do you think, CGK? Absolutely. As here they go, all the drivers are getting out on track now. We see Carbonby, first one out on track there in the Obsession Toyota 86, the Group 4 variant. Boy Begum following him out in the CP Motorsports McLaren, which, if I do remember correctly, all that time ago, he got his debut Sector 1 podium at Willow Springs. So good on Boy Begum, and he's got something to prove here once again. A long race, this one, total opposite of our round 4, but they're out here tonight, and going to be a spectacular night of racing. Bumcrack, the... Oh.
Either.
Okay, as Bumcrack is the current championship leader. He's sitting in P3 on the road at the moment, and I don't think the audience has heard the gorgeous voice of CGK. How are we doing tonight, CGK?
Yeah, doing very well from up here in the commentary box, and now that our sound crews have got everything sorted, it's going to be a fantastic evening tonight. So 4.4 meters per second is the northerly wind heading up on track, but it is beautiful and sunny out there, and we've got a great view from the commentary box of the pit lane. We did have a few little notifications that the sound crew were working on something, so glad to be back on live. It's great.
As Kieran Luce, he's 4th on the road for these guys in the Lightning Motorsports car. Proa 5th on the road. Gura 6th on the car road in his Datsun livery. Rex, the Division 4 reigning champion, sitting in P7 on the road. Budsy in 8th in his Porsche in his ISA car, which has I believe they debuted last round the new Porsche liveries, and they look absolutely spectacular. I think this is the first time we've seen it on the Group 4 in a Sector 1 race, so nice to see it out on track. Frelix 9th on the road, and in 10th on the road is Stranger for Doghouse. Daz 11th on the road, Shizer 12th, Black Project 13th, and we are missing somebody from the lobby tonight. I cannot for the life of me think of who it is.
That's right, I will do a double check as race director. I should know this information, but
it is Sizzling Sausage.
It is indeed. It is indeed our newcomer, our debutant. Not on the track today, and yes, the new ISA livery is looking great. It's we actually debuted it in Brands Hatch with the Group 4 car there, but yeah, it is a new nice looking car, and I'm noticing a new Supra livery on Rex's car as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Red Mist Racing crew, Womble, he's redone all the liveries for their cars, and it's looking very, very nice. So, Boy Begum, straight to the top of the times, 6/10, and Prua goes into P2. Bombcrack 3rd for the first flyer, Gura in 4th, Budsy 5th, Killer 6th, and no, Budsy goes into 6th ahead of Killer there, and yep, everything playing out. Stranger P9, Daz 10th, then Black Project slots himself into 6th position there as well. So
yeah, it's all going to be a big mix-up on the grid as they go around for their first couple of laps on their second flying laps now. That was a good lap by Boy Begum there in the McLaren. Looking strong here, and it's no surprise that the McLaren will be able to bring a challenge to the Supras today around this track. It's not a track that favours top-line speed. It's all about how the car corners, and I mean, just personally here, the MR cars feel the best around the corners, so I'm thinking the McLaren and the Porsche could be very strong today, but nonetheless, a good lap also from Shizer and Prua to be right up there in the 38s.
Absolutely, and yeah, Shizer slotting himself into P2 there with a 1:38.7. Good lap from him. But yeah, that's a very interesting first lap. Not many of these guys picking up a penalty. I believe Daz is the only person on track to have picked up a penalty. The track limits are extremely harsh around this track. So yeah, very, very harsh around here.
Correct, yeah, and we've even seen, I was watching in practice when we were doing a few practice starts, a couple of seconds of penalties being picked up just for crossing just ever so slightly a white line. You often end up in a situation when one penalty will lead into another. Kill on to loose, that's a great lap from him. He's gone into P2 in the Supra there. That's great stuff. He's still 0.4 off Boy Begum though. Oh, moved out of the way. Killer on the loose. Frelix is coming through.
Oh, and Shiza asserts himself back into P2. They're climbing over each other for this P2 position right now, but Boybegum yet to be topped at the top of the timing tables.
Absolutely, and a good call from the commentary is, sorry, from the chat as well, that the brake bias changes. So this is, I think this is the first round where we're going to be running the new brake bias. So you're allowed to change your brake bias forward or back, and that will help certain cars get their cars turned in nicely at the front, or braking easier at the rear, or this could even assist with keeping the tyres alive, and that's going to be very important over the 90 minutes of racing which we've got coming up soon. But only 4 minutes remaining in this qualifying. At the moment it is Boybegum on top.
Absolutely. Chase will be very happy with this place that the McLaren is in at the moment. And as it was mentioned, the brake bias changes. It's really going to bring these MR cars back into the mix. They struggle a lot with the rear end stepping out when brake bias wasn't an option. So having the confidence in the corner entry is going to be massive for these MR drivers. In this grid alone, there's Boybegum, I believe. Who else is in an MR car? Stranger in the McLaren is there. And Budsy, yeah. The Budsy in the ISA car.
That's right.
Yeah, so those guys are going to be... I mean, at the moment you see Budsy and Stranger down in P10 and 11, but you see Boybegum in P1. So, yeah, we're yet to see how things will play out. There's still 3 minutes left in this session as well.
Yeah, I think with the Porsches we're going to find that it's going to really enhance their longevity of their tyres, as more so than their actual speed on track. You can usually get pretty good turn in on the Porsches already. We do see a lot of people coming into the pits, and I do note that Rex, who's down at P13 at the moment, has picked up a 3-second penalty. I think that's for cutting the pit lane, and also somehow, amazingly, he's on the racing medium tyres, so not necessarily ideal there from Rex, but he might be able to jump into the pits now and get those changed out for some softs. The degradation's looking pretty bad for a lot of these guys on the front right tyre, which is no surprise around here.
That's interesting from Rex being on the medium tyre.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Although he may actually be on the soft, because I've seen over the last couple of days that when you're spectating, sometimes it tells you the wrong tyre. But
I see.
He might just have it in his settings that he's on the medium, and then the game has said that he's on the medium when he's actually on the... Who knows? He might actually be on the medium, and then we'll all be scratching our heads at this Red Mist Racing strategy, but he might just be on the soft. So we'll see by his lap time when he comes around to the finish line as he completes the first sector. Flies down towards turn 5 now to begin the technical part of the lap. It starts with this long sweeping right-hander which kills your tyres, and you have to get that absolutely perfect. And for these sort of hairpin sort of corners, you have to get the car turned in and sort of hold that inside. Use as much curb on entry, but you can't be greedy on exit, because those track limit penalties on the exit are absolutely detrimental. As we've seen so far, 1 minute 3 second penalties, like massive penalties, as Daz improves to P9, Stranger improves his time but not his position. And now Rex, he's going to round the penultimate corner to head on to the flat out run down towards the finish line, and he is down in his lap time at the moment. So yeah, I don't know whether those medium tyres, if he does have the medium tyre on, it was the right call at all.
Oh yeah, and if he gets anything other than last place, it'll be quite the thing to talk about, actually, you have to admit, because that's going to be, they'll be at least a second slower, the mediums, in terms of this track. And I think you made a really good point there about the track limits, especially on exit. You know, it's really easy to get the car through a corner for the most part, especially with the new brake bias things for some cars, and the Supras we know reasonably decent turning as well. But it's all about getting the power applied and getting out of that exit, because of all the straights you've got there, you really need to maximize the power down those small straights. There's lots of them, but that all adds up, and that's what gives you the lap time here at Interlagos.
Absolutely. The track needs to be driven very simply. Go back to the basics of how you drive. Just slow in faster. Oh, his killer runs wide actually at the third last corner there. So
I'll give it a try. It's the Bico de Pato. This is turn 10 that he's run wide on. I might have to forgo using the track names, but he's just sitting there waiting for the traffic to come by to rejoin safely onto the track. Very sensible there from Killer on Duluth. Very respectful. Because, yeah, there's a... Oof, it can be very... Oh, okay, well, that was a bit of a close one there. He could have waited for whoever that is behind. That is Felix, but no, that was a decent rejoin, and he'll be back on. But the qualifying is basically over now because we have reached our 10-minute limit, so these guys are on their last laps now.
Yeah, as Shizer heads towards the finish line, is he able to top Boybagum? No, he does not. He's 3/10 down. And now Felix will be the next one to set a lap, I believe. Oh no. There's one car in front of him. Black Project improves to P4. Great lap from him. And Felix will improve. No, he's down by 16 seconds. Bum crack. And I think that's everybody finished now. So that's the end of our qualifying session here in Division 3. Now it's the 90-minute Enduro. So very interesting qualifying session there. Lots of things up and down the grid. Lots of storylines. I mean, Boybagum, I believe that's his first pole position in a Sector 1 Division 3 race. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in the chat, but if my memory serves me correctly, yeah, congratulations to Boybagum. What a pole position. 3 or just over 2/10 on that one. So, good job to Boybagum on that one.
Absolutely, yeah. 38.1 is the time that set pole there. For some reason, my chat is not actually working, which is interesting. I don't know, Lenocis, could you just quickly tell these guys they've got about 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll make sure that these guys have got a break. Oh, we've got a error has occurred. Okay, there we go. Now it seems to be working. So, GD7 things. Doing GD7 things, ironically, as always. But yes, the good qualifying from them. But 0.2 was the gap Boybagum had to Shizer. So very, very good and dominating performance there in qualifying for them. Of course, the 90-minute race, these guys need to make sure that they're ready. Going to have a quick bathroom break and all that sort of stuff. Before we get out there for our 90-minute race, all 3 tyre compounds required today. So it's going to be a challenge for everyone. But it'll be an interesting watch, I think. So stay tuned.
From the whispers I've been hearing, it's gonna be at least a 3-stop for these guys. I mean, you can't really pull off a 2-stop, especially with the degradation of the soft tyres, so there's just a lot of room for strategy in this one. Expect these guys to be doing 3 stops, potentially even 4 stops, if their tyres or fuel don't make it all the way. I mean, fuel they should make it, but tyres is going to be the big one for these guys, and whether they want to hold their hard tyres for as long as possible, get that, I mean, for as short as possible, get the required tyre out of the way, maybe jump onto a pair of medium softs. Yeah, it definitely, lots of strategy that can shape things up.
Correct, so, sorry, continue.
So I was just going to read out the official qualifying results for that session. So Boybagum finishes in P1, Shizer joins him on the front row in P2, Felix P3, Black Project P4, Bumcrack P5, Killer on the Loose P6, Pro P7, Budsy P8, Stranger P9, Carbonby P10, Gur in 11th, Daz 12th, and Rex completes pack in P14 there. So, oh, yeah, I mean...
Yeah. I mean, it's not all about qualifying here. Let's be honest. It's if you can get away nicely. I think that the thing that happens here with qualifying, you qualify up the grid, you're almost forced to start on the softs. You want to maintain track position, but that means your first stint could be a lot shorter. Or do you risk losing track position early on in the race? We're using the racing hards or the mediums. Very difficult decision making that has to be made here for all the teams, and on the fly. You don't get a chance to prepare for where you're going to qualify, and they've only got a couple of minutes to make these decisions. So yeah, it's going to be very tough for all of them, but we'll see who makes the right decisions and who makes a slight unfortunate decision, which I'm sure at least one person will do. It's easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of variability on what tyres these guys are going to start on. Like, do you start on the hards, get them out of the way, maybe do what Sector 1 drivers did in the GTSS, do that one lap, get the minimum requirement out of the way, and cruise to the end? Or do you try and stick it at the start with a soft, carve your way through the pack potentially, and get some good track position, or the medium, somewhere in the middle there? I mean, Oh,
It's
so
a tough
much
one.
variability.
It's so much variability. I mean, if I was doing this, which I will be, I guess, next week, but I might just go and do one lap on those racing hards. But the thing is that over 90 minutes, you could take those potentially 20 or 30 minutes into the race, and then really cut down the time you need to spend, or you can increase the intensity of the drive that you do on the mediums and the softs. But yeah, there will probably be some drivers out there that have done the math and said, hey, the racing softs are going to be, upwards of 2 seconds faster per lap than the hard tires, 1 second faster per lap than the mediums. So why don't we do that? If we run those for an entire 90 minutes, you get, say, how many laps is it going to be? Quite a few laps, at least 45. So you can save maybe up to a minute just by being on the racing softs for more of the race.
That being said, though, I hear that the pit transit time is upwards of a minute when you put fuel and tires onto the car. It's a massive balancing game, but yeah, I don't think we keep these guys waiting any longer. I think it's ready to push that big red button. What do you say, CGK?
I think that's absolutely the right call. These guys have had about 5 minutes, so we are going to quickly tell them in chat we are starting now, and then we're going to hit this big red button, which is my favorite part of the evening. Actually, it's not. I mean, I love watching the race and the end result, actually. But the big red button is always fun. So let's get things started here, and I will be hitting the big red button right now.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. It's going to be a long one, but yeah, it's going to be such good racing action for these Div 3 guys.
Couldn't agree more. Endurance racing is my passion personally. I love to see it. The strategy involved is so interesting. So to see what these guys are going to come up with and how they perform today is going to be all the rage.
As these guys are lined up on the grid and waiting here at Interlagos, the light sequence starts. 4 lights, 5 lights. They are out and away we go here racing at Interlagos. And it looks like Boybegum gets off the line well in his McLaren. And just behind him, oh, who's that? That's Black Project, chucks it down the inside of Shizer. What a move to get it pulled up. Is everybody keeping it clean through the first center S's? Oh, a little bit of push and shove. Killer gets shoved out wide there. But it looks like he's held on to it for now, losing out a couple of positions. Oh, wow. As these guys head up towards turn 3 now.
And that is a redress from the Stranger, so yes, it was a little bit chaotic in turn 2, it almost always is, but the Stranger has redressed, but Killer on the loose has lost out big. He's gone right down to the bottom of the field, and still a bit dodgy on the tyres, but Boybegum's got a good start so far. Freelix has picked up in P2, a 1 second penalty already for wanting ride at turn 4.
As we saw Shizer trying to chuck it down the inside of Pruer there, who's made his way up into P5 off that starting procedure. And Gurr has made up a couple of positions as well in his Datsun car. But the real loser in that entire situation was Killer on the loose, being shoved out wide by Stranger on the exit of the center S's. But Black Project, he's made up a couple of positions after that awesome start of the race, where he just threw it down the inside of Shizer, got the car pulled up, and yeah, now he finds himself in a podium position after lap 1. But we have a long way to go. We're 0.02% of the way through this Enduro, so I mean 2% I should say. I combined a decimal with a... we're not racing for 90 days, no, we're racing for 90 minutes.
That's right, yeah. Don't ask us to do math properly, though, on the fly. That's not fair. But just looking at Freelix there, it's his penalty has been served. It's dropped him behind Black Project and Bumcrack. So he's now sitting in 4th position behind the Big Rocks car Supra. And yeah, he's not going to be happy with that. That's not what you want to be doing on the first lap. But like I said, it's not all won on lap 1 or even lap 2. You've got to wait another 30 or 40 laps here before we get into the real interesting stuff.
As Bumcrack chucks it down the inside of Black Project. Oh, huge contact!
Big contact!
No! But it looks like Black Project gets pushed through. Bumcrack was the real loser through that one, as Freelix, he's just made a massive contact with Bumcrack in the end there. But, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, but Krov finds his way through past Freelix there as well. But Bumcrack holds on to P3. Black Project under a lot of pressure, has the rest of the pack behind him. P2 down, all the way down to Gur there at the back of the pack there. Wow, we have a massive battle pack forming early on in this race.
Yeah, it is very intense there, and everyone is vying for track position right now. We've got a mix of compounds. We will go and talk about that information in a few minutes. Another big winner there is Isa Budsy in the Isa Porsche. He's come up to 6th position now, so he's made a couple of passes early on in this race. Freelix is getting past Bumcrack right now, so Freelix doing very, very well to take advantage of this situation, but this is all playing into the hands of Boy Begum, who's up to a massive 5-second lead at the moment.
Yeah, as Bumcrack, he's falling back into the clutches of Pruva as well, as Shiza's struggling for track position here as he gets overtaken by Carbonby, and oh, chucks it down the inside there. Rex, can he get it pulled up? Oh, they're 3 wide through the first corner. Oh, but Shiza gets both positions, and Carbonby's going to get done by Rex as well here, looking back.
That is a heart-in-mouth moment there between those three, and they're still at it. Rex just getting ahead of Carbonby as they go down towards turn 4. Shiza managed to get a little bit of a gap there to Rex, and Carbonby looking down the inside, no, thinks better of it. That's a smart decision at this stage of the race, and I think the real fight at the moment must be a few people on hard tyres, because there's a few people out there who usually have a bit more speed than this that are not up to speed as well, as much as we would have expected. So I think we've got a lot of battles here between faster and slower tyres going on the track. Crikey. Oh, what a way to start this race.
So much action so early on in this one. We're only on the 3rd lap in this one, so oh my goodness. But Black
race
Project
update.
holding on from Freelix so far. He's got Freelix almost manages to stick it down the inside of Black Project there, coming into turn 10.
Yeah, very good work by Black Project so far in that Ferrari. He has really done well to get up on the grid. I can't remember where he qualified, but it was 4th position, I believe. So he's made up 2 positions already. And I tell you, there's a little bit of surprise coming when I tell you guys what tyres everyone is on a little bit later. We will get to that race information at some point soon, but for now, we'll continue to watch the racing as it does continue to evolve out on track. Freelix will have the slipstream down the pit straight. Will he look for a move on the inside? Black Project going a little bit defensive already. Will there be a move? No, they think better of it. In fact, wide goes Freelix. That's going to bring Bumcrack back in for turn 2 and then turn 3. Whoa.
As Shiza chucks it down the inside of turn 1, Rex, Carbonby, Shiza still going at it as Shiza gets bumped a little bit by Carbonby, and he's losing the position to Gur now.
Ooh.
As these guys head down towards turn 3. And it looks like Gur is going to get Shiza on the entry to turn 3. Yes, he's well and truly past, but Shiza sticks it back through, holds his line, and great defense from Shiza. Covers it off, so there's no chance of a switchback. But Gur, he's still right up under the rear wing, and now that's bringing Killer on the loose into things as well. Killer chucks it down the inside. Oh, has to back out.
Good racing from these guys, keeping it mostly clean, and that Mercedes is looking pretty fierce that Gur's using at the moment, but Killer on the loose looking very opportunistic at the moment. He knows that with Gur trying to make a move on Shiza, there will be a gap on the inside of the outside to be taken advantage of, so Killer on the loose holding on to the back rear bumper of Gur, but this is doing the Stranger in the Alpha some real favours here at the moment. That's bringing him back into the fight, and Daz in 13th place is not out of it yet, so there is a 5-way battle now for the top 10 going on at the back of the field.
Absolutely. So I think we'll have a look at the next level racing action replay at that battle, which saw Shiza get shoved wide a little bit. Yeah, he chucked it down the inside, and then Carbonby tried to sneak down the inside, and just a little bit of contact just unsettled his car slightly. But yeah, these guys continue on. Shiza under a lot of pressure from Gur once again. I am starting to sound like a broken record at this point. But now Killer on the loose. Are these guys going to go 3 wide? Oh, almost. But, Killer on the loose gets around the outside of Gur, but runs deep. That's going to compromise his run down towards turn 3. Gur gets the run on Killer now as they head towards turn 3. And it looks like our Freelix has made his way past Black Project as well sometime on the last lap.
He has indeed. He managed to get the slipstream, a little bit of a bad exit on turn 13 for Black Project, and Freelix has gone through, and he's making up a huge gap already. 1.3 seconds is the gap behind him in P3, so Freelix now solidly in P2 at the moment, and Black Project under huge pressure from Bumcrack, and Bumcrack goes through, goes a little bit deep, into that corner. Will Black Project be able to switch back? No, Prua looking opportunistic as well.
As they head down towards the penultimate corner now. And it looks like... Oh, Prua! Slight contact with Black Project, but holds the position. No, he tries to get his car up alongside of Black Project, who's struggling for grip. That's bringing Budsy into things. Oh.
Crikey, that snap of oversteer there, well controlled by Black Project, the Ferrari. Not looking... Oh, there's a little bit more contact there is through turn 13. Budsy now looking fierce. He's up the inside of Prua. They're going to go potentially too wide into turn 1. Let's keep an eye on this battle.
Oh, wow. There's so much action up and down the field. And it looks like just behind them as well, fighting for the final positions on the grid. There's 6 cars back there. But it looks like Prua chucks it down the inside of Black Project. Can he get it pulled up? Yes, he does. What a move from Prua.
Oh, great stuff there. Textbook switcheroo. Fake to the outside, go to the inside in turn 1. Beautiful stuff.
As Killer and Shizer are still battling it out down here, and Gur gets it down around the outside. No, he slots back in behind Killer there. Wisely done from Gur. And we're only 5 laps into this one, and there's so much action already.
Oh, just, you know, a casual 80 minutes to go in this race, and it's all kicking off already, which is absolutely brilliant stuff. A note here for Rex, who's made it up from P13, which is where he qualified, all the way up to P7 right now. So I think he's gained the most in the first few laps of this race, first 6 laps of this race. Carbonby in 8th, he's in a little bit of a gap behind the main battle pack going on. Then Rex is ahead of him, then Budsy, who's still looking fierce on Black Project. He wants that position. He wants that P5. Can he get it in the next few corners? We'll see.
So I'm thinking, do we let our audience in on what tyre each driver is on? I think it's about time to give everyone an idea, because I'm sitting here with a big grin on my face, knowing what I know. So let me take you through the grid, everyone, and tell you who's on what tyre. Our leader, out in P1 right now, Boybegum, who's just set the fastest lap of this race, a 139.134, is on the medium tyres, so medium running. At the front, this is why he's quick right now, in addition to the clean air that he's running. Great stuff so far, 7.2 seconds the gap. Back to Freelix. Freelix is also on the medium tyres. This is why he was fast through that battle pack that we saw. He's only got a 1 second gap back to P3, which is Bumcrack. Bumcrack is on the soft compound tire. They're wearing out quite quickly already. I won't mention exactly how much right now. We can come back to an update on that in a little bit. The fastest lap of the race with a 38.9 Bumcrack on his soft tire. Just a little bit of breathing room there allowed him to get his foot down.
He did indeed, and that is going to help him close up the gap to Freelix, and Freelix being on the mediums, that gap is closing down. 0.8 now the gap. Behind him, 3 seconds down the road, is Prua. He's in P4 at the moment. He's on the medium tyres at the moment, and then Black Project, and this is why I'm so impressed with Black Project's performance so far. He is on the hard compound tyre, looking to run long into this race. Behind him, Budsy on the medium tyre in the Porsche. He's getting, a large bit of snap oversteer there out of that corner, but he's picked himself up a 1 second penalty as well. Now fighting with Rex for the P6 position on the medium tyre, then Rex on the soft tyre. This explains why he has run all the way up the field from P13. Also very interesting to qualify on the mediums and start on the softs in the race. So a little bit of interesting bit of trivia there for everyone. Then P8, Carbonby on the medium tyre, Killer on the loose, on the hard tyres. So when he got hit early on in the race, he was going to struggle to make any time back because he's on the slower compound of tyre. Then we've got Shizer, he's also on the hard tyre. Behind him, Gur in 11th spot. It is on the hard tyre as well. Then Daz on the hard tyre, and then The Stranger in the Alpha at the back with 4 seconds to the car in front. He is also on the hard tyres. So the battle pack at the back on the hard tyres. The guys at the front mostly on the mediums, except for Bumcrack, who's on the soft tyre and right on the bumper, 0.4 behind Freelix and P2.
These are the two championship protagonists here, Bumcrack and Freelix. And they're on mismatched tyres at the moment, so Bumcrack needs to make his way past Freelix as soon as possible. As they come through turn 3 at the moment. And it looks like these guys, Bumcrack, he's just lapping at that significantly higher pace than Freelix at the moment, due to being on that soft tyre. And it's doing wonders for him, but is he too little too late? He's wasted his first soft stint, essentially, because you can only really get about 10 laps out of those soft tyres. So expect him to be pitting very soon, I would assume, for Bumcrack. And interesting to see what tyres he goes on to.
It will indeed be, because if he might choose to go on the hard tyres and run a bit long, but at this point he needs to maintain that P3 position. He's got a nice bit of gap to Prua behind him, but you're right, as you said, he's running in the 39s, the low 39s. He's obviously got the fastest lap at the moment as well, and he's currently eating the dirty air of Freelix, and he needs to get out from that. Though I will give you a little bit of information here. Bumcrack's softs looking in better condition than Freelix's medium tyres.
Oh, wow. That could be down to brake bias. Depending on what brake bias you use, your tyres will be wearing at different rates. So I would assume Freelix would be running a very aggressive rear brake bias, while Bumcrack going for a bit more conservative front bias, potentially. But that's just a bit of speculation based on what we're seeing with those tyres.
Correct, and I will redirect some attention as well down to Rex, who's managed to find himself all the way up into 6th position right now. He's got past Budsy, who served a second penalty, now in the clasps of Carbonby, who's in 8th place and looking very, very quick. Black Project still holding on to 5th, but the gap to Rex is now only 0.4 of a second. So these two are going to be going at it momentarily. They're on different tyres. Softs for Rex, hard tyres for Black Project. It's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah. We have 4 cars on track here, very, very close to one another. As I just have a look back down at P10, as Shizer slowly losing his way, dropping further and further down the field, as Gur finally makes his way past Shizer there, as Killer has taken off down the road as well.
Yeah, that's right. And the alpha there of the Stranger has been falling off the pace consistently, although he's managed to make up another second. I get the feeling he might have run wide somewhere and picked up a penalty, and that's what's put him back. But it means he's out of the slipstream train of hard tyre runners that was from P12 all the way up to, I think it was Killer on the Loose, but now the top of that pack is Gur in 10th position. It's all to play for. Killer on the Loose finding himself in a bit of space on the hard tyres, so driving the Supra very, very well is Killer on the Loose.
Absolutely. There's 75 minutes left to go in this one. We've just passed the 15-minute mark in the race, so these guys will be starting to feel it a little bit, but there's still a long way to go in those tyres. These guys, there's so much strategy that you can do with the tyres, and I don't know, maybe Freelix, he's definitely quick on those mediums, but as you said, he's used so much of those mediums. Is it really the right strategy at this point in the race? We'll have to find out. See how things play out throughout the race, but for now it's Freelix P2 holding off from Bumcrack on the soft tyre behind.
Yeah, it's really playing into Bumcrack's hands at the moment, because unless Freelix can also be as conservative on the soft tyres and be this fast, although we'll say that Bumcrack's times have started to drop off in the last few laps, so he's reached the point in the soft tyres, about 35% on the front right now, and about the same on the rear right tyres. So the right tyres taking an absolute... they're really taking a beating here at this track. Of course, those high-speed left-handers are going to put all the weight of the car on those right-hand tyres, so they're wearing out rather quick. And he is actually, in some corners, falling a little bit behind Freelix, and Freelix is driving very well given how much tyre life he's got left. He's got a lot more rear grip left than Bumcrack has on the right, but the front right is looking very, very bad now for Freelix, and wouldn't be surprised if we saw them pitting at approximately the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've just started the 11th lap, and Bumcrack still going on those soft tyres.
Correct, and a little update here on our race leader.
Rex and a Black Project. Rex chucks down the inside, and he gets the move done. That's a good job from Rex. Can keep his eyes forwards for now as they head down towards turn 3. But Black Project may have a reply for him.
It might do. I mean, he's not going to have the exit speed that he wanted to, despite the switchback that he tried to do. And Rex in that Supra down the straight is going to be faster than the Ferrari, sadly. So he'll have to do it in the infield if he's going to do it anywhere. And oh, the graphics doing something weird there. It looked like the back of his car was on fire. That is not the case. I can confirm there is no fire on any car on track at the moment, thank goodness. But just for a comparison here, Lenocis, Boybegum up in first place. He's currently only at about 50% or just under 50% of tyre wear on his racing medium, so he's doing really well out there to get these consistent lap times in the low 39s, but also maintaining a lot of life in his tyres. He knows he just needs to keep it consistent and keep these tyres alive for as long as possible. Keep it on the track, don't pick up a penalty, and he's got 10 seconds in the pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. And being on those medium tyres, I mean, yeah, he could potentially go and do 22 laps on a set of mediums. However, whether he can do that with the fuel is the bigger issue here. What's he looking like for fuel?
So in terms of fuel for Boybegum, he is reaching close to the 25% mark. So most of the guys on track are running a lot more fuel than that. Rex has used quite a bit of fuel, nearly at 25% as well. But the rest of them all seem to be running a little bit of a lower fuel map, or they're short shifting the cars. The person with the most fuel at the moment is actually Daz on track. He's still got over 50% of his fuel left, and he's on the hard tyres. So he's going to be running very, very long into this race, whereas Boybegum, he's now at 25%. So he's going to have to pit reasonably soon, probably in the next 6 or 7 laps. Probably less than that, actually, maybe even 5 laps.
Fair enough. I mean, potentially for the hard tyres, like that's the issue as well. The tyres don't last as long as a fuel tank for some of these guys. So, I mean, other way around, sorry, the fuel tank doesn't last as long as a set of tyres. So, then brings in the question, is it really worth taking those slower tyres when you don't even get the pace, like the distance advantage that you would normally if fuel wasn't an issue?
It's a very good question, actually. Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, they you know, the medium tyres and the soft tyres all wear it out pretty quickly unless you're driving them really conservatively. So fuel is going to be the real constraint here. I mean, there is an argument that says that you can avoid changing tyres in a pit stop, but you're only really saving about 5 or 6 seconds in the pit stop because of it. And I'm just on board here with Felix. He's really struggled out of turn 13. This is actually going to open up Bumcrack potentially for an overtake into turn 1, so we definitely want to be on with the cameras here for these two. 0.2 is the gap, and Felix's tyres looking absolutely dead, but so are Bumcrack, so it's the fight on ice skating rink right now between these two. Who can manage the wearing tyres? And Bumcrack looks up the inside. Will he make a move? No, doesn't break as late. Whoa.
That was
Close
so
one.
late from Felix. I thought he was going to go straight on. He's going to have
he nearly
another
did.
opportunity here, Bumcrack, as he's got the run. 1/10 the gap now, closer than it was last time.
Yeah, he'd be... I think he might do. Felix going defensive though, so Bumcrack's going to be forced to the outside, thinks better of it, knows that Felix will go deep into this, and he's going to try and get up the inside and have a good run into the infield here.
As they approach turn 5 now, is Bumcrack able to make a very opportunistic move? Oh, he definitely thought about it, gave it a good hard think, but unable to.
Crikey.
His nose is just there constantly, tempting Felix.
Yeah, Felix having to take some very defensive lines here. It's compromising both of them. Though there's a bit of a gap behind them to Prua ran wide at the end of last lap. Oh, Bumcrack again! It's just constantly there. He's just he's just sniffing the fumes coming out of Felix Supra.
And it looks like he's got a little bit of breathing room now, Felix, as Bumcrack got a little bit squiggly on the exit and wasn't able to get the power down in the same way that Felix was able to. Maybe he's starting to suffer from those wearing tyres a little bit potentially for Bumcrack.
He surely is, and I think it might be time to go through the grid and give a bit of a fuel and tyre update for all the competitors. What do you think, Lenocis?
Yeah, it sounds like an awesome idea.
Fantastic. All right, well, with a 13-second gap over P2, Boybegum is on the racing mediums. They're at about 20% of the tyre life now, and he's on about 15% or less of his fuel, so he will be looking to come into the pit lane in the next few laps. Then we've got P2, and that's Felix, the battle we've just been on board with. His racing mediums are gone. They're at 0%. He's at 25% fuel, but Bumcrack behind him only running 5% on 2 of his tyres. Felix has only got 0% on 1 of his tyres, the front right, and running a lot more fuel is Bumcrack as well, so he's been saving fuel behind Felix, and Felix has got no grip at all. He's going to have the inside here, has Bumcrack, so they're going to go side by side into the infield, and looks like Bumcrack has got a slight bumper just ahead of Felix. Felix will have the inside line going into this corner, but he's got no grip at all. Oh, crikey,
no! Unable to pull it off on that occasion, but he's going to try around the outside.
Oh, there's contact.
Oh, a little bit of brushing, but I think these guys, it looks like Bumcrack's going to get it. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. What a move from Bumcrack. That took so long.
Oh, it sure did. Crikey, I've got frogs in my throat because of it. Bumcrack, though, his tyres are very, very dead. He's still got more fuel, but yeah, Felix just not able to hold on. He's got no grip on those left-hand corners now, and that'll show here as we enter the last left-hand corner of the racetrack. He's just got, you can see, he's just got no grip on the exit as well. The gap already up to 0.5 of a second. We're going to see Felix starting to drop back towards Prua. So, speaking of Prua in P4, he's on 25% of his fuel right now, about 10% of his racing mediums at the front right. Behind him we've got Budsy, he's on about 28%. We've got the pits, we've got 2 people in the pits, it's Bumcrack and Felix. No surprise there, they're both on dead tyres, so they'll be jumping into the pits with Bumcrack having a little bit more fuel. He might get out and extend that gap that he's got over to Felix. Through goes Budsy, he's up in a provisional P3, still got 28% of his fuel, 25% of his racing mediums left. Then Black Project, who's been making up some time here on Budsy, but Budsy getting past him in the last few laps. We weren't able to see that on stream. He's got about 75% of his racing hard tyres left and about 26% of his fuel. So then in P5 it is Carbonby, elevated up to P5 now due to 2 pit stops, and we've got a DC. Oh no, Killer on the Loose has DC'd from the race. What a disaster there for Killer on the Loose. He got hit early on in the race and now he is gone. That is such a shame.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 25 minutes into this one, so losing Killer this early on, I mean, yeah, he'll be gutted with that one, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
A lot of practice for this one, and ending it so early, I mean, he won't be happy with that, but it is what it is. In sim racing, that's generally the equivalent of if you're in a real race and you had a tyre failure or engine failure or something like that, so...
Correct, yes, the car has failed him this time, unfortunately. Not the car, technically, the internet connection, but we'll call it the car. But to continue down the grid and give you guys updates, we do have Boybegum on 3% fuel. He's coming into the pits now, so the leader is coming into the pits. Carbonby is on about 15% of his racing mediums and 25% of his fuel. He should be able to get past the race leader, so a lot of people will get past Boybegum in this, the ones who are running longer. Prua also coming into the pits. He's on 20 litres of fuel. So this is going to get interesting.
So that explains why Boybegum was so far ahead early on. That's he's used an extra 17% over Prua, who's the best comparison here. And I mean, yeah, that's a massive difference in fuel. And the way that it is, it's 5 litres per second. That's almost 4 seconds of time that Boybegum has lost by using that extra amount of fuel.
Correct, that's right, and that will put Boybegum down into about P8 as he comes out on racing hards as well, so looking to go long now, but he will be struggling. I think he'll have to use a bit less fuel on this stint, or he's only going to last another 16 laps. Now on board, at least on my screen, with P4, and that's Gurr. He's on the racing hards, but he's only got about 20% of his fuel left. He'll have to come in the next 5 or 6 laps. Then Shizer, there's a battle now going on for P5 between 3 cars. That's Shizer, Daz, and The Stranger. The hard tyres for Shizer at about 50%, and he's at about 26% of his fuel. Behind him, Daz, about 70% of his tyres and 28% of his fuel, so very close between those two. And The Stranger, who's made a great charge back up the field, but he's only on about 22% of his fuel. Those racing hards just not being used at all, though. They're about 95%.
Goes to Daz, but couldn't quite get the move done. I think we're going to see dive bombs coming soon as Daz pulls out to try and go around the outside of Shizer there, but can't quite pull that off. Shizer, bit of a wiggle on the exit as they head down towards the penultimate corner now. Potentially a move at the last minute for Daz. Oh, thinks about it, but can't quite get the car pulled up in time. And now they're going to barrel down towards the first turn once again for the 17th time in this race.
That's right, and of course all these cars here are on the hard tyres, so it's all even Stevens between these guys. And Shizer looking to go defensive. Daz, what a move there!
Sweeps
he's already gone round him.
Of Shizer. And
the
they're going to go 3 wide, potentially. Oh no, too far.
The stranger was looking, he wanted that inside line, but Shizer gave him absolutely no room there to get up the inside. Very good move, closing the door on the stranger and forcing him to back out on that corner, because that would have been very interesting to say the least. Oh, crikey. So a quick update here on more fuel. I'm trying to continue running down the grid as it was, but that is not happening very well. So Boybegum has come out on the hard tyres. We've got Freelix, who is actually got ahead somehow of Bumcrack again. So he's up into what is technically P2. He's on the medium tyres. He only took 75% of fuel, so he didn't get full fuel tank. That's the tongue twister of the century. However, we've got Bumcrack, who's gone onto another set of he's gone onto a set of mediums. So Freelix has gone from medium to medium, Bumcrack from softs to mediums, and he's taken 100% fuel as well, or thereabouts. Yeah, so that's actually quite interesting there. Double set of mediums for Freelix. Obviously is thinking very short stint on the hard tyres later in this race, and then get onto the softs and go as hard as possible.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, maybe the soft tyres, they're just not a viable tyre for Freelix, as he has such high tyre wear as opposed to the other drivers, as Black Project and Carbonby are into the pits on lap 17.
That's absolutely right. So the hard tyres, that's interesting for Black Project, but as you said, it's not the tyres that are the constraint, it is the fuel that is constraining at the moment. And looking back, someone who will probably get out ahead of both of those drivers is Prua, currently running in what was 4th position, now 11th spot at the moment. Racing hard tyres for him and a small splash of fuel. He's up to about 65% of fuel. Then in P12, and last at the moment, it is Rex, who's got into the pit for a set of racing hard tyres. He was on the softs, had to pit a lot earlier than the rest of the field, and he's on 75% of fuel. So yeah, very interesting now, but in provisional P1 with 15 seconds to go behind him, it is the racing medium running 10% fuel left on board for Budsy. Isa Budsy leading this race in the Porsche.
Hang on, does Rex pit twice?
I think he's pit once so far. I think it could only... Yeah.
How's he in P12? Wait, what happened to Rex?
So Rex was running in P6 for a long time. He was on the racing softs, but I think he must have peeled into the pits while we weren't watching, Lenocis. I think he's only pitted once because his racing hards are not very used. He looks like he came in on lap 13, interestingly enough. So, yeah, but he is on the racing hards now and looking to run long.
Yeah, being so far behind, I mean, oh yeah, but it's probably just because he's put more fuel in than the guys above, and Stranger Gur and Shizer, those guys up the front at the moment, and Budsy who's peeled into the pits. Yeah, I think, as Gur peels into the pits, yeah, they're yet to have taken their stop, which Budsy's got a 52-second gap to those guys, so should, in theory, come out ahead of them, depending on how much fuel they put on, but Shizer, Daz and Stranger go round again.
That's right. And with Budsy now in the pits and Gur in the pits, we're going to see the grid realign once again. This actually puts the Stranger, who's gotten in front of Daz and Shizer, up into P1 now, but he's on nearly next to no fuel, whereas P2 and P3 are still running at about 20% of their fuel.
Take the screenshots now, everybody. Stranger has completed the last to first.
He has indeed. Yep. The race ends right now. 30 minutes through this race, of course. So it's not over yet.
Oh,
60
no!
minutes to go.
He's run wide. That's going to come with an invoice. It's this typical penalty is 1 second, but he's lucky. He's picked up only a half second there, Stranger.
Crikey.
That might lead Daz into the clutches. Who's only sitting 9/10 behind at the moment, but we'll see whether these guys pit again or what's their fuel saying? Do they have to pit, or could they potentially go around again?
So for Daz and Shizer, they can easily go around again, even with their tyres in their current state. The Stranger, though, he is going to be, I think he'd be hard-pressed to go another lap here. I think he's going to have to pit, especially with the fact that he's going to have to serve that penalty in a moment's time. He's definitely going to have to go into the pits and get some more fuel. He's just running way, way too low now. So he will serve this penalty now. Here we go. Slowing down he is. That'll bring Daz right back into it, and I think he's holding the inside there. Is the Stranger? Yes, I think he's coming into the pits. Let's see. Yep, into the pits he comes. Full fuel.
And Daz goes around again.
Correct. So
And
Daz up into
Shizer
P1. Yep, both of them now under a lot of pressure from Freelix and Boybegum. Now here's an interesting one. Boybegum has only got a 0.3 second gap to Freelix behind. So Freelix has caught all the way back up on the racing medium tyres, whereas Boybegum is struggling on the hard tyres and having to overtake traffic in Shizer.
Yeah.
In fact, he's got up the inside, Freelix. He's going to take it.
Oh wow! As Freelix takes the lead of the race, provisional lead of the race. And they might both get Shizer here as well. As Freelix gets him, that puts one car in between himself and Boybegum. So Boybegum needs to get back through as soon as possible.
Correct, and there's Bumcrack now on the racing mediums. He's going to put pressure next on Boybegum, and Boybegum is stuck right now behind Shizer. Shizer on very, very worn racing hards and looking like he's going to have to pit in the next 2 or 3 laps. His fuel gauge has just gone red. Boybegum looking around the outside. Can he make something happen? No.
Door gets slammed shut on exit by Shizer, so Boybegum has to concede the position. But he might get him down the inside coming into turn 10 now. No, he can't on this occasion either.
Oh, and Daz, our race leader at the moment, who's falling ever so quickly into the clutch of the Freelix, has picked up a 1 second penalty. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Those hards, when they're worn, have no grip at all. Even worse than completely worn mediums and softs. So Freelix will easily get past. He's now up into the lead of this race is Freelix. There you go.
But what does that say about these guys that have stayed out? They've gone 20 laps, almost half the race on a single set of hards. Is that extra pit stop in hand? I mean, yeah, like these guys are going to have to start thinking about pitting, I mean, relatively soon, in the next 10 laps or so. So, I mean, Daz and Shizer stayed out again. Oh my goodness. But
that's brave from Shizer. He knows that he's in the mix right now, but he's on low fuel and low tyres. And Boybegum, though, he's on the same compound, so that's why he's struggling to get around. But Bumcrack has actually fallen off the back a little bit there. A move here by Boybegum. He's looking up the inside. He's got a nose ahead, and yes, he's going to go. But will there be a switchback from Shizer? No, he doesn't have the tyres.
That's Shizer indicating there as well. I think he knows that he's not a part of their race, so he's just letting him through. Yeah, or maybe it was just... Maybe he just bumped the indicator. I definitely saw the indicator on there, but...
He definitely had it on, you're right. Yeah, I saw that too. I think he might have been... He was indicating in the right direction as well, but he's staying right in this. But Bumcrack is going to go out the outside. I think that's on turn 7 right now. Can he make it happen? He's got much, much better tyres. Full grip on those racing mediums. And yes, he will have the inside line into turn 10. Great move there from Bumcrack, but also great defending from Shizer. He's done well to hold on with such worn tyres. But Boybegum, man, I feel for him right now, because he had a 13-second gap ahead of him on racing mediums, which was the equivalent to what Freelix and Bumcrack were running in that first stint. And now he's lost all of that time being on the racing hard tyres. So this idea, I think he might be trying to save fuel as well, and that might explain the time deficit.
Absolutely. As we look back down, as Shizer's in P4 at the moment, as he does finally peel into the pits, was what I was about to say. Whether he stayed out for another lap, that's 21 laps on the hard tyre. As Freelix now has a 3-second gap over Boybegum. Very interesting stuff.
Oh, surely is, and yeah, they are looking fierce right now in terms of strategy. Everything's getting mixed up. This is the fun in terms of commentating on an endurance race. It's also the stuff that gives you nightmares, because you don't really know what's going on. You don't know who's going to be doing what, and right now we've had Daz, who was up in the top spot, now in last place, but he's on the racing medium tyres, so he'll be going fast. I think the idea here, though, Lenocis, is those racing hards are just awful to be on, and you kind of want to just toss them out, get a couple of laps done maybe, toss them out and get back on the racing mediums. And this might explain why we saw Felix jump back onto another set of racing mediums. I think he's going to be going for an extra stop here. He knows he's got the pace on the medium tyres. He's going to go for a shorter stint on the racing racing softs and racing hards towards the end of this race. Speaking of which, we are going to be approaching half race distance, sorry, in about 8 minutes. So still a long way to go here. Another at least 28 laps to go in this race.
Absolutely. As Felix, with that 3.5 second gap, how did that even come about? As Boybegum had the 13-second lead, it has to be down to the fuel, you would assume. Surely.
I think so. I think it's got to be, because he had so much pace in that first stint, mainly due to the fuel that he was using. But if he's going to run the hard tyres, you might as well try and run as long as possible, and that means managing the fuel.
As Bumcrack, he's closing in on Boybegum just a little bit. The front three, they've gapped Prua by about 10 seconds here, but Prua, he stayed out that little bit longer to these guys behind, I believe. So that means that, he's actually under pressure from Black Project now.
I was about to say, yes, a 5th place Black Project is on the racing medium tyre. He's got a lot more fuel than Prua as well, so he'll be able to run longer and use a lot more fuel to get past. You'll see this move happen very, very soon from Black Project. He's going to get back up into 4th place in this race. The question is, having started on the hard tyres, Black Project, when is he going to switch over to the soft tyres, and how long can he make these mediums last?
Exactly that. And if Prua holds up Black Project, I mean, Black Project's hopes of a podium could go straight out the window depending on how long Prua holds up Black Project.
Oh, there's a bit of contact. Oh, there's a bit of contact there into that corner between the two. That's very unfortunate, but no harm done on either side. You're absolutely right, though, because he is losing second after second to Bumcrack, who's in 3rd place and right on the back still of Boybegum, and Bumcrack as well. Bumcrack needs to get past Boybegum. Boybegum run wide on turn 13. He's run wide on turn 13. He's going to have no grip on the exit there. Bumcrack's going to drive right past him on those racing mediums. Boybegum can do absolutely nothing to stop that from happening now. Oh dear. But it is a similar situation for Black Project as well. He needs to get past Prua. He'll be able to reduce that gap to Boybegum, and who's on the hard tyres. It looks for a little bit of an inside move there, Boybegum does, but he knows he doesn't have the grip to contest for P2.
Very similar straight line speed between the Ferrari and the Toyota Supra. But it looks like Black Project is going to get it down on the inside of Prua there as they come into turn 1, the center S's, and Prua might be able to get a switchback here potentially. But he's going to have to slipstream all the way down towards turn 3. Superior grip for Black Project though, so it's going to be tough for Prua. He's already dropped 4 seconds, 4 tenths I should say, through that left-hand sweeper.
Whoa, that is some close racing. Hats off to Boybegum for being able to keep this close to Bumcrack on the hard tyres. So, although they've been showing that they've got similar pace, and with the McLaren needing a little bit of that slipstream from the Supra down the straights, it'll certainly help him out a little bit in this race, eating a bit of dirty air through the infield, but the McLaren can handle that. It's got a reasonably good ability to keep the cornering going, and as we've talked about before, with the brake bias settings now in action, it'll actually really help some of those MR cars for getting the turn in. So dirty air won't be as big a concern for them, I believe, but the slipstream is going to be very, very important. So Boybegum needs to hold on to the rear bumper of Bumcrack through all of these corners, so he'll need to be very, very precise, very, very fast. He's got quite a bit of fuel, about the same as Bumcrack, but interestingly, up at the top, Felix is using so much of his racing medium tyres. He's already down to 20% of his racing mediums, and he's only got 25% of fuel left. So the guys behind him got 50% of their fuel left, and much, much more in the tyres. And by the way, Black Project has in fact made his way past Prua. The gap now between them 1.6 seconds. The inevitable has indeed happened. So now it's on Black Project. Can he reduce the gap to Boybegum ahead of him? The gap is 11.2 seconds. He'll need to start chipping away at that, probably at about 0.5 or so seconds per lap. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to catch up with Boybegum. But if Boybegum can't continue to maintain the slipstream to Bumcrack ahead, it might be all to play for a P3 position for Black Project.
Absolutely. And yeah, just thinking about that with Felix and Bumcrack, Felix, he's burnt so much fuel and tyres, but it's now not really working out for him as bump crack on the hards is starting to catch back up again.
Oh, he's on the medium tyres at the moment, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, but he's used significantly less of the mediums. He's at 57% or so, so well above half of the tyre life, whereas, yeah, Felix is at 20% of those tyres. I'll just make a note as well that... Yeah, I'll just make a note as well, down the bottom of the field, in 12th position, has just switched around because Daz ran very, very wide and off the track at turn 13, and that's about Scheiser to come on through, both of them on the racing mediums with a full fuel of tank. Lenocis, I'm never going to say full fuel of fuel tank of... Oh, I'm never going to say it right, mate. Commentator's curse on myself.
Tank of full.
Yeah, full, yeah, that's right, yeah. Easier to say it wrong. Everyone knows what we mean, though, I think. Oh, crikey. 42 minutes and 51 seconds into this race. We've already got some womblings from the chat about the viewers getting some fatigue, and there's still a whole race to go indeed. Another 45 minutes, in fact another 47 minutes to go in this race. Endurance racing is no joke, I can tell you that, especially when you're in the commentary box, but even more so when you're a driver out on track. So Lenocis, I'm sure you've done your fair amount of endurance racing. What's been your experience? How do you have any tactics, any tips that you can share without giving away trade secrets about how these guys are going to be faring?
Well, don't crash into a
That's
wall.
This is good advice. This is pro advice right here.
Well, I was doing a endurance race at the Nordschleife, a part of a organization a couple of years ago, and we were I was the first stint runner in a 6-hour race, and it was 3 stints of about 2 hours each, and 3 laps. My third lap of the Nordschleife, I was coming up to about just after the second major straight on the Nordschleife, and as I was turning in, I spun it around and got engine damage to my Mercedes on the third lap of an endurance race. So don't do that. Don't spin it and crash, guys. That's my pro tip advice.
Yeah, that is solid advice. Crikey, yeah, it just ruins it for 2 other drivers as well. And they go, oh, what has this guy done? Oh no.
But
yeah,
it wasn't the worst thing of the day, because I went to bed after my stint finished, and then the guy that was running our second stint disconnected. So.
Oh, yeah, okay, so you weren't the worst offender on the day.
Yeah.
So from chat, we've got Atom, welcome in, mate. The Brit doesn't know how to English. Yeah, exactly right, mate, yeah. I left Britain too soon to get the full ability to English properly, so I had to make up with whatever I could learn here in New Zealand, which it wasn't a lot, I'll be honest with you. And also we've had an ask for some updates down the field, so I might quickly go down from P5, if you don't mind, Lenocis, and give everyone an update on what's going on.
Yep, that's fine.
Awesome. All right, so in P5 at the moment is Prua. He's going to be under pressure from Budsy pretty soon, because Budsy is on the hard tyres and they're looking fresh, whereas Prua is on very worn hard tyres and low on fuel as well. So P6 to Isa Budsy at the moment. Then we've got Carbonby in P7. He's had a very quiet race so far, but he's just keeping his head down and doing what he needs to do in that Toyota. Then in P8, a battle brewing between Rex in P8 and Gurr in the Mercedes in P9. There's only 0.4 of a second between them. The racing hards is what Rex is on right now versus Gurr's racing medium tyres. Both of them are on a reasonable amount of tyre life, but Gurr is going to be able to run a lot longer because he's at half fuel with Rex on about 20%. So a little battle going on there for P8. Then we've got The Stranger. He's in the doldrums. There's nothing happening around him whatsoever. He can't see any cars in the rear mirror or in the front window at all. He's on the racing medium tyres, just pitted about 6 laps ago, and he's on plenty of fuel in the tank. Then we've got Scheiser and Daz down in P11 and P12. The gap between them 2.4 seconds after Scheiser has just served a penalty the lap before. So that's what's going on around the rest of the grid. But at the moment, and the gap, and we need to focus on this now, the gap is closing down between Felix, who's on 0 tyres, Yes, 0 tyres, the gap now 1.3 seconds. Bumcrack is getting very, very close to him. He's still got plenty of tyres and plenty of fuel. So Boybegum still holding on, but 1.5 seconds behind Bumcrack as well. So that is the state of the race right now. Black Project has not made up any time, still 11.4 seconds behind Boybegum.
And that's the thing, we've only just passed the halfway mark, and Freelix is dead tyres, and he's going to be doing his second stop. So could this and he's still got to use the soft tyres as well. So could this potentially be a 4-stop, or dare I say a 5-stop for Freelix?
Oh, it could well be. Yeah, he hasn't used his softs, as he said, and he hasn't used his hard tyres either. He's gone for 2 medium stints at the start, and even on the medium tyres, they're just not lasting. I mean, he's ran out of tyre completely. I think he's going to be looking to get in the pits, because he's got very little fuel. He might try, in vain, I think, to go round for another lap, because he's got just enough fuel to do it. But if I was him right now, I'd be pulling into the pits. And he does. Yeah, good call there from Freelix, because I think it's time for him to get onto the hard tyre and get out for a little bit of a longer stint. Try and get himself within 20 minutes of the end of this race, or even less, to get onto those soft tyres. So Bumcrack, with 1.2 seconds behind him to Boybegum, and on the medium tyre, is now in the lead of this race. But Boybegum, don't count him out, because he's got some great pace. He's equaling the lap times now of Bumcrack, and he's on the racing hard tyres. So the mediums of Bumcrack now worn enough that he's actually setting hard tyre lap times, and so that gap may end up coming down. They've got about the same amount of fuel, so they may end up having to pit at a similar time, which is very, very interesting, because the fall from the top from Boybegum, he was 13 seconds ahead at the end of the first pit stop. Now running P2, and he'll actually have Bumcrack ahead of him still. So it's not really worked out so far for Boybegum, but he's only got the soft tyres to run now, so he can probably do 2 stints of the soft tyre in the remaining 40-ish minutes of this race. We'll see how long he can extend the hard tyres. He might just go for a splash and dash and try and get the hard tyres to run a little bit longer in this race.
Yeah, because with that being said, Bumcrack, he's done softs and mediums, whereas Boybegum, he's done mediums and hards now. So,
correct.
Yeah, that gap being 1.3 seconds, and with the addition of Freelix dropping all the way back down to P7 with his extra pit stop, or not extra, but early pit stop, which may end up very well turning into an extra pit stop. I mean, I think Boybegum is still in prime position for the race win, but as Bumcrack feels it to the pit lane.
Oh, he does. Yes, that's interesting. He had plenty of fuel. I guess his tyres, he just realised he was slowing down a lot. And quick update for you all here. Freelix has picked up a 3-second penalty for running into the pit lane in the wrong way. So he tried to cut one of those white lines. It's not worked out for him, and now stuck behind Gurr in P6. So that has not worked out for Freelix at all. And Pruitt, who was running provisionally in P4, has actually gone onto the racing soft tyres. So both Freelix and Pruitt now on their racing soft tyre option. But Pruitt also had a bit of a disaster on the exit of the pit lane, because he's ended up stuck behind Scheiser.
He should make his way past him, surely,
yes,
you would assume, but...
Well, you know, Scheiser's been doing some good lap times on the mediums, I'll be honest. But actually, as I say that, Pruitt's right on the bumper. 0.1 is the gap. Yeah, I think Pruitt will get him here.
See what happens as Pruitt sends it around the outside into the Sunny S's, as it's actually getting quite dark and gloomy around here, although there is no rain. Oh, huge contact!
Ooh.
A little bit of contact between Pruitt and Scheiser there, but oh yeah, that was a little bit hairy.
Scary place to have that happen. I think it almost looks like a Verstappen-Ocon incident there going on. Scheiser is not in a battle with Pruitt at the moment. Pruitt is much further up the field in terms of the unshuffled grid, if we look at it from the point of view of overall race distance so far. But yeah, Budsy comes out in front of them, so good one there from Budsy. He's actually leapfrogged Pruitt. So because Pruitt was stuck behind Scheiser for so long, Budsy, who was in P5 before the pit stops there, has actually come out on fresher tyres ahead of Pruitt. So good job there by the ISA driver. We do have our leader, provisionally leader, Boybegum. He's in the pits, and so is Black Project. So, wow, this is all going to get really shaken up now. We've got to keep an eye on the pit exits of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look back down, Carbonby's in as well, so he had a bit of a shorter stint there. as Boybegum has some tyres on, starts putting some fuel into his car, and we'll see Gur at P4, but I think he still needs to pit, as he'll be in provisional P1.
He will be, yeah, and for a little while he's got 30% of his fuel left. He's only halfway through his medium tyres. He's got Freelix, who's going to be running very fast behind him, but Freelix doesn't have a lot of fuel left on board. He's going for sort of 50% on board and racing soft tyres. Boybegum is going to come out behind Freelix and Bumcrack. Both of them get ahead. So Freelix and Bumcrack will maintain their positions, but Freelix is up into the lead. He's gone for an undercut, and it's worked out for him.
So what's Freelix on though? Is he on the soft tyres now?
He is indeed on the soft tyres. He's got half fuel though, whereas behind him Bumcrack is on the hard tyres with 75% fuel. Then the Stranger, he still needs to pit, but he's got a long way to go. About 40% of his fuel and on the medium tyre. Then Boybegum on the racing softs with a bunch of fuel. So Boybegum is going to be very, very quick here. He's going to use maximum fuel. This is his push stint right now.
So at the minimum, Freelix is going to have to make at least one more stop because he's yet to fulfill the hard tyre requirement.
Absolutely spot on. He does make his way past Gur. Gur now struggling a bit on the mediums, but you're right. He's going to have to make yet another stop to get onto the hard tyres. Otherwise, he's going to get himself a 1-minute penalty at the end of this race.
As Gur just sticking behind Freelix now. He's yet to pit, so this is slightly unrepresentative. But the thing is, Gur's only made one stop, while Freelix, and everybody else for that matter, has made 2 at this point. Now, when does the question start to come in of how long can Gur run? And some of these other runners, like Stranger and... who else has run long? I think Daz has, but Daz is sort of out of the equation at this point. But Gur and Stranger, the 2 brothers, when does the question start to come in that these guys could be 2-stopping?
Well, it's about now, I think, actually, funnily enough. Boybegum does get past the Stranger. They almost went too wide into turn 1, but you're absolutely right. These guys are on a strategy here that is going to potentially give them one less stop, and we know how long that pit stop can be. It could be, I think it's about 40 or 50 seconds approximately, by the looking of the timing sheets on the in and the out laps. So yeah, this could work out really well for them. I think Gur's going to have at least, I mean, he's got 25% of the fuel in the tank. The Stranger's got a little bit more than that, but on the mediums that are looking very, very fresh. So both of them are going to be able to stay out, whereas Freelix, he's already burned through 20% of his racing softs already. So he might only have another 15 minutes out on track. We've got, will math fail me here? I think it will, but 36 minutes in this race. So Freelix is going to have to pit at least 2 more times, I suspect, in order to make it to the end of this race. Whereas Gur, if he keeps up this pace, there might only be one more pit stop in there for him.
Yeah, and so far...
Oh, 3 wide. 3 wide to P3. 3 wide P3 to P5. Crikey. The Stranger has just gotten up ahead of all of these guys, so Bumcrack and Boybegum, I think they might have come together a little bit, or they certainly compromised each other, because the Stranger, on much, much more worn tyres, has just come flying through.
As Boybegum is going to get Stranger around the outside. Oh, what a move from Boybegum. Ooh. And it looks like Bumcrack might be able to get him too. No, he does not on this occasion. As we have a look on the Next Level Racing Action replay at that move from Boybegum. Wow. Gets it so confident under the brakes in his McLaren, able to just sweep around the outside.
Great move there. Brilliant stuff. It shows the difference in grip between what is essentially a soft runner in Boybegum, the Stranger on medium tyres, and then Bumcrack on the hard tyres. So it's actually, the order's actually figured itself out in terms of the tyre, compound here. Bumcrack obviously being on the hard tyre and trying to run long. I think he's trying to do what Gur and the Stranger have been doing this whole race, but You know, the longest stint on the hard tyres can really cost you a heck of a lot on track. He's running in the high 41s at the moment, whereas Boybegum is running in the low 41s. So, you know, and we should see Boybegum getting a lot faster now that he's in P3 with clean air ahead of him. Only 3.5 seconds up the road, so 6.5 seconds up the road is Freelix in P1. But yeah, the real question I think right now is going to be between Freelix and Boybegum. How fast would this gap come down as Freelix runs out of tyres and has to pit again?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking down the bottom once again, Rex, something has happened. He was so high up in the order after that first stint, and now he's sitting P12, 17 seconds off the back of the pack. But it didn't even look like his lap times had fallen either. I don't know, just something with the strategy potentially. But
yeah, I mean, he started on softs, he went to hard tyres, now he's on medium, so he's already done another pit stop. I am also very confused here. I don't quite know what we're seeing here from the from Rex in his Super at the moment. Very bizarre. Maybe it'll work out for him at the end. Maybe he's planning to get back on the hard tyres and run for 30 minutes straight, but I don't think that's going to do him any favours. He should have been spending a lot longer on the hard tyres initially. That would have saved him a pit stop. So maybe he's just picked up more damage potentially. We haven't seen anything in terms of anyone going off, but yeah, well, I will say we've got now Boybegum in P3 right up against the bumper of Gur. The Stranger is pulling away from Bumcrack, and then Budsy is being brought slowly but surely back into this, and a little battle now heating up between Prua and Black Project.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Black Project as well. He's got to be starting his faster stint soon, shouldn't he? I mean, he started on the hards and ran to the mediums, and now what's he on? Is he on the softs or?
Who's that? Sorry, say again.
Black Project.
Black Project. So he's on the mediums now, so he's come in again.
Yeah.
And that's why he's down in P8 at the moment. But 75% fuel, so he's got a lot to go. Just another note, there's a little bit of a battle going on right now, and P10 and 11 between Daz and Carbonby. Mediums for Daz and fresh racing softs for Carbonby. So they've been going at it for the last couple of laps.
And Boybegum got past Gur as well for P2 there.
Aha, there we go. So he's already dropped the gap to Freelix by 1 second, and with now getting past P3 and up into P2, he's going to have even more clean air. Freelix, and this is going to be really interesting, he's on 40% of his tyre life and 25% fuel. Boybegum, 55% fuel and 80% of his tyres. So Boybegum is potentially going to be right back in this very soon in P1, but he's also set the fastest lap. 138.876. He runs very wide there. Oh, careful of the penalty.
Yeah, despite the white line through there, I think you can get away with the curve. I think
yes.
That's where the game defines the track limits, but that was still very wide. I wouldn't want to be testing the track limits too much there.
No, do not test the GT7 engine. Or penalty system, I should say. You'll likely run afoul of it. So yeah, the charge is on, already 0.5 of a second cut from that lead. Boybegum on an absolute flyer right now. He doesn't have to save any fuel, and even if he pits at the same time as Freelix, I think since Boybegum has used all of his tyres, he's used a medium at the start, then he's gone into a long hard stint, now he's on the racing softs, he can choose whatever tyre he wants for the remainder of this race. Speaking of which, 60 minutes has elapsed in this race, round 5 for Division 3, so 30 minutes to go here in the Sector 1 league.
And Boybegum just went even quicker.
Oh, that's a great time. It's only 0.6 a second off the qualifying time that he did. Very
absolutely
impressive.
Flying at the moment on those soft tyres is Boybegum.
Correct, and oh, Budsy has made his way just now past Bumcrack as well, so Bumcrack was really suffering on the hard tyres right now, but he'll be able to jump onto the racing softs for the remainder of the race once he feels that he's got enough time remaining in the race to last that stint length. Budsy on the racing softs at the moment. Though Stranger and Gur, as we were talking about them earlier, about reducing the amount of pit stops, they are starting to reach the end of the stint that they're on, but they're currently P3 and P4, so right from the back of the field are these two, and now they're right at the pointy end, so great work.
If they can hold it for another let's say, 5 minutes without coming in for their stop, they should be able to make it to the end. And that is massive in this race.
Correct. I think the Stranger might be able to. He's on about 12% fuel. Gur, though, is on about 3% fuel, so I don't think he'll make it 5 minutes on track, sadly.
Unless they just ran the softs super conservatively. I mean, everybody else has to make one more stop, so they're going to be in prime position anyway.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And we've seen that the softs can be made to last. We saw it with Boybegum. He was absolutely flying when doing, well, decent lap times, I should say, and made those softs last a whole bunch of times. So as long as they can manage the fuel for 30 minutes in this race, they should be good. Gur is coming into the pits.
And we'll see where he comes out, because, well, he's going to be coming out in last, you would assume. But at that point, I mean, then Freelix is going to have to pit soon, and so is Boybegum. Well, no, Boybegum's doesn't technically required tyres doesn't have to pit again, but he will have to pit again because tyres.
Yep.
Doesn't have enough. And who else needs to pit again? Budsy would have to pit again, surely. And
yep.
Same as Bumcrack? Yeah, Bumcrack is on the hards at the moment, and he's done a medium hard, hasn't he?
He's done. No, that's Freelix. So Freelix has done medium soft. He'll need to do a hard stint when he pits, and he'll have to pit soon because that right front is dead. Then Pruitt, I think, is the other one. I think he's done all but the hards as well. Starting to struggle to remember now. So many things to track. But Bumcrack, no, he's done mediums, softs, and hards. So he's done in terms of his requirement now.
Now, could he go to the end? That's the question. 26 minutes. He took that stop 10 laps ago. I mean...
Yes, in terms of the reality of whether he can get to the end, if he saves fuel right now and his tyres don't absolutely die on him, which they're not at the moment, he's already done 7 laps on these tyres. They're looking absolutely brilliant. He's got 48% of fuel in the tank, so he'll have to fuel save. But yes, theoretically, he can make it to the end of this race.
But Willie.
So he's the but Willie, that's it's a tough order, it really is, and I think he might find himself getting overtaken at the end of this race if he remains on that strategy. Yes, he is.
26 minutes. That's right on the cusp for Stranger to be able to go to the end, and he only needs the softs.
If he can manage them well, I mean, it's entirely possible. And that'll be a great charge up the field. He's going to save himself a minute in this race, in race overall time, by having done one less pit stop than most of the guys on the field. I mean, the only other person right now that is going to absolutely need to pit again is going to be Boybegum. He's closed up the gap, by the way, so he's only 1.5 seconds now behind Freelix. Freelix he's on dead tyres again, so Freelix on the racing softs, 0% of his tyres are available, and he's running low on fuel, so Boybegum, he's used a lot of his racing softs though, so Boybegum and Freelix will both have to pit again. Freelix is going to have to run 26 minutes on the hard tyre though. He's going to be slow because he hasn't used that tyre yet. And Boybegum, he's used all his tyres, so this next stint, whenever he comes in, which is probably going to be about in 10 minutes, he can just dump on another racing soft and go ham.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see how this plays out. I think at the moment Boybegum's in prime position, barring any mistake that would see him down the order. But I mean, yeah, he's it's not so cut and dry at the moment. Anything can happen in this one as Freelix comes into the pits with 8% in the tank. This should be his final stop of the race with 25 minutes remaining.
Yeah, a little note here as well, and P3 about to go P2 is Budsy for ISA Esports in the Porsche. He's got very little tyre life left, so less than Boybegum, but the strategy between these two seems to be very, very similar. So obviously they're both MR cars, the Porsche and the McLaren, but Budsy is only going to have to pit one more time, and I believe he has used all of his tyres, so he'll go for another soft tyre at the end of this race, which is exactly what Boybegum is doing, and the gap between them is only 8.4 seconds. So Budsy here could be, if he does this well, right in a spot to keep himself ahead of Freelix. That was very close though.
Yeah,
wow.
That might be a penalty. It should be coming through about now if the game decides so, but it looks
he
like
is
he
so
got away
lucky.
with it.
He is so lucky there. Whew. Crikey. Yeah, but behind him then for P3 now, in the current configuration, Bumcrack on the hard tyre. He's used a bit more fuel than he should have, though. I don't think he can make it to the end. I think he's going to have to come in. He might have just been trying to split up the refueling time between 2 pit stops, but if he doesn't come back out on a soft tyre in the next 10 minutes or so, he's going to be very slow towards the end, and Boybegum is going to fly right past him. He's got 13 seconds to Boybegum. So actually, we're back to the original configuration after the first stint of this race, with Boybegum out into a 13-second lead ahead of Bumcrack. Then Prua behind him on dead racing softs. He'll be in soon. Black Project in 5th spot. He is going to run to the end, it looks like, on the racing medium. So Black Project, another, who's only gone with 2 pit stops in this race so far.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. I mean, Black Project, he was able to get up to P2 off the start in the opening laps, and now he, by virtue of taking 1 less stop, he's on for the win here, I reckon. Black Project, 2 stops. I honestly think the Black Project could win it. If he can go to the end, 20 minutes remaining, he's going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, he's got half a tank of fuel left, and his mediums aren't anywhere near the point of being completely dead. So he'll be on a reasonably fast tyre at the end of this race, and he'll still have fuel to go. Whereas, Boybegum, Bumcrack, Budsy, all of them are going to have to pit again. They will be fast, but they're going to lose that minute in the pit lane once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be so tight in the final 20 minutes of this race. This is where it's all kicking off here.
Correct. Note here for Carbonby, he's up into P5 now. He's 13 seconds behind Black Project. He's got plenty of soft tyre left, but remaining fuel is about 25%. So he's yet another who's going for this sort of double soft strategy at the end. Get those required tyres done, and then double stop on the softs towards the end. So we've got 4 cars now in the top 5 going for this strategy, and another is actually going to be Shizer. So he's done all his required tyres now, as I understand it. He's got dead mediums, and he's low on fuel, so he'll be coming in soon for his last pit stop. He's P6. He could end up P6 or maybe a top 5 position here, but Carbonby is ahead of him on track right now. Daz too, same situation. Felix has come out. He's on the hard tyres, and he's got a full tank of fuel. He's going to try and push with maximum fuel to the end of this race, but he's in P8. He's got 7 cars ahead of him to P1. Budsy in the pit lane as well now.
And so's Bumcrack there as well, off his hard tyres. This
That's
is where
a
it's
good
all
idea.
kicking off. Where people
Yeah.
come out and what that implies in this race.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Bumcrack being able to run to the end of the race, and it was entirely possible that he was going to be able to, but I think he could have probably managed it. It would have been a real struggle, though. So switching onto the hard tyres here, I guess he's probably figured out, or he's had some intuition that the guys ahead of him are going to also have to pit again, as we do see Shizer and Daz coming into the pits as well. So good intuition there from Bumcrack, and he'll be able to put in a bunch of fuel, splash and dash, get out on the racing softs, and give it hell to the end of this race. Budsy comes out on a fresh pair of racing softs, but he's provisionally in P4, and that'll go up to P3 once Carbonby pits.
Is he going to be ahead of Felix? I think
he is.
He's jumped
Yeah.
Felix. How's he done that?
Oh, Felix has had a shocking outlap, a 141.1.
Oh,
yeah,
my.
he's got him. He's got him. ICE Esports P4.
Oh. Budsy could be on for a podium as well. There's even more storylines popping up in this race. How has this happened? Budsy started what, P11?
Yeah, he was right at the back of the field. We've sort of ruled him out early on in the race, but he's just, I mean, this is what that extra soft strategy has done. You got the tyres done early on in the race, and now you're on the faster tyre at the end when everyone else is trying to fuel save and use racing hard tyres. I mean, Felix, I don't think he's got a shadow and a hope, a prayer and or a hope or anything to catch up with Budsy, because Budsy, once he gets those tyres warmed up after this outlap, he'll be flying down the road towards Carbonby. He's going to have to come into the pits, so Budsy will be elevated up into P3 with no one to challenge him behind.
And then begs the question, where does Boybegum come out?
Oh, well, exactly, because right now, Boybegum low on fuel and his tyres are dead. He's setting 39s right now and 40s. Will be really interesting to see what kind of lap times Budsy can set after this outlap he's on right now, because if he can make the undercut happen, it's all up for play. I mean, the only person left, and as you predicted earlier on, Black Project, who doesn't have to come into the pits anymore.
Oh my. Black Project, he's got like, to the next competitor who looks like So Boybagum is going to drop, once he puts his tyres and fuel in, he's going to drop, give or take, around Budsy. That's going to be a 30-second gap to Black Project then, and there's 18 minutes left. Black Project, he's going to win the race.
Yeah, he's got 19 minutes remaining, he's got half of his tyres left, and still about 40% of fuel, so he does not have to pit again if he manages it well, and with the gap that he'll have behind to Boybagum, when Boybagum does inevitably come back into the pits, he can manage that gap as much as he wants, save, use up all the gap in the last 15 minutes of the race, and then he'll be in a position to use the rest of it to defend against Boybagum, who will be flying. This is intense.
Oh, as Boybagum's in, he's pulled the trigger.
Here we go. Here we go, Lenocis. It's all happening.
He should come out between Carbonby and Budsy, but who knows at this point?
Yeah, I mean, Budsy's coming through turn 10 right now. I'm trying to keep an eye on the second counter.
Oh, Black Project's in!
Oh no!
Oh, he could have made it! Oh,
that is an unfortunate decision there, because honestly, with the way he was going, he could have been slow for the rest of this race and won it. That pit stop's going to put him potentially behind Budsy. Budsy is coming around the pit lane right now. He's going to go down the exit. I think Boybagum's coming out. He's only just coming out now. Budsy could be in for P1 in this race. He'll have a fast Boybagum. No.
I think he's got him. I think he's clear.
Yeah, he's got him. You're right. You're absolutely right. Only through turn 2 now is Budsy. But Budsy, even so, up to P2, because Black Project is going to be 5 or 6 seconds behind him as he comes out the pit lane.
Oh, but Black Project, he's going to be fighting Freelix on exit here.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Freelix will have the speed.
Looks like Black Project is going to have to settle for P4, but not if Bumcrack has anything to say about it, as Bumcrack is right there. Unable to get the move. But Black Project on the soft tyres, low on fuel. Expect a low 38 incoming from Black Project. He's still on for this podium.
He is, and Freelix right now is going to be sweating because he's on hard tyres. The other two behind him are on softs, fresh as anything for the last 17 minutes of this race. So Freelix, he's just a sitting duck out there on track. Budsy is going to pull away from these guys as they continue to fight on track, and he's only 2.4 seconds and reducing the gap to Boybagum ahead. This is fantastic stuff.
This is anybody's race. Can Black Project get it? Can Boybagum hold on? Can Budsy potentially take it? There's so much going on. And despite all that, we have to look down and at the rest of the pack, because they're still in the race as well.
They are indeed. So looking further down the line, we've got the Stranger and Gurr fighting it out for P6 right now. They're both on the racing soft tyres. So Freelix is a sitting duck to Black Project and Bumcrack. He might be a sitting duck to the Stranger, who's setting fantastic lap times right now. Freelix has been overtaken by Black Project. Black Project takes P3 in this race.
The slow runner through the entire duration of the start, and now Black Project, he's on for a podium.
Oh man, the interesting thing now, can Black Project challenge for a P2? I don't think he's going to have the pace to chase down Boybagum, who's 8.2 seconds up the field, but 4.5 seconds up the field is Budsy, and unless Freelix can do something to slow down Black Project, could be a little bit of a fight at the end between the Ferrari and the Porsche drivers. Great stuff. Further down the field, Prua, who had to jump onto the racing mediums for tyre requirements, he's dropped to P8. He was running P4 in this race earlier on. Carbonby, he's come out in P9. He's on soft tyres, but he's a long way behind. So unfortunately for the last 15 minutes, he's going to have a lot of work to do to catch up to P8. Shiza behind, and then Daz in P11. They're close, little battle happening, and then Rex still 20 seconds off this pack. So on the soft tyres, but strategy disaster over there for them.
Yeah, not too sure what's happened with Rex. Maybe a couple of offs, maybe some penalties, and yeah, I don't know. The strategy just didn't work out for the RMR car.
Yeah, not at all. It's really unfortunate because Rex was looking very, very strong in the early parts of this race. He was up into P6 with the highest position he was up to. So very impressive stuff. But I'm still ruining the decision by Black Project to go into the pits. He would have had he would have been still 20 seconds up the road, as we do see Bumcrack make a move on Freelix in the pit lane. Freelix getting eaten alive by the field. There's contact into turn 1. Freelix getting run a bit wide into turn 1 by Bumcrack, but mostly clean overtaken. The Stranger now looking a lot bigger in the rearview mirror of Freelix. Freelix might lose another position here after running not only in P1 but in P2 for this race. Crikey, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stranger is so close. I mean, he's still only pit twice, hasn't he? He's just taken all the minimum tires. He hasn't made any extra stops, like all the cars ahead of him. So
correct. Yeah, it's very impressive stuff from the Stranger. And to secure a P5 when you qualified in P12, that is seriously impressive. That shows how important a good strategy and a well-executed strategy in an endurance race is. It's more important than being fast. None of these guys have been particularly fast, as I mean, Bumcrack set a 38.6. It's a new fastest lap of this race. And the Stranger, though, he's done a 38.8. On that last lap. So he is going fast. He knows how to push when he needs to. Right on the bumper of Freelix now. P5 up for contention.
Absolutely. And Stranger, he was so slow at the start of the race with those softs and medium stints, but now on the, hard and medium stints, I should say, but now on the soft tyre, 38.8, he's one of the quickest operators around at the moment.
Yeah. He's been let loose with the final pit stop. He's managed his medium and hard stints and extended them to the point where he can go for a full push on the racing softs with the maximum amount of fuel.
He goes for the move. Here
we go.
This is for P5 now. A Stranger, he's got the move completely done before the corner. Oh, wow.
Oh. He's like a Red Bull with the DRS open with those tires on. So that is a really interesting point around strategy. It really is, because you either maintain track position early and then save later on in the race and manage the gap behind you, or you manage you lose track position early on in this race and then you come back fighting at the end. And that's exactly what the Stranger has done this race. Very impressive driving and strategy execution from the Stranger in his Alfa Romeo. Very good stuff. And actually, Bumcrack is only 2.3 seconds up the road. Black Project's only 1.4 seconds above Bumcrack. So the Stranger, if he keeps up that pace, he's lapping upwards of half a second faster than both the cars ahead of him, and there's still 12 minutes in this race. Budsy as well, he's managing the gap very well. Black Project's got nowhere near him, so right now Budsy is on for a P2 finish if he can manage this.
Yeah, how has this even happened for Budsy? Like, he just played his cards right. Everything that was handed to him, he played absolutely perfect, and now he's staring at a P2. Highest finish in the series, I believe.
Yeah, that's really impressive stuff. Again, strategy executed very well. We've seen both strategies, one which is just pit for the mandatory tyres, and one that's going, I'm going to pit an extra time and make up the time by driving fast, and that has been executed by Budsy best of all so far, I believe, on track. Yes, we've seen others use it, but I think Budsy has done the best here in terms of that second alternative strategy, whereas the Stranger is currently the best executing on the pit only as you need to strategy for the required tyres. So great stuff up and down the grid, and yeah, this is going to be very interesting in the last little bit of this race.
Yeah. What we've noticed throughout the season is that cars like the Alfa and the Porsche, they're not very pacey cars. Yes, you can drive them quick, and yes, you can get a good result, but they thrive in these strategy situations where you can push the car as far as you need it to go and drive them exactly how you need the car to drive. A car like the Toyota, it's quick over one lap, as we've seen with Freelix. However, it struggles with tyres and fuel. And in a race like this, where an extra pit stop that's up to a minute long, that extra pit stop really comes out to play, and you can see it with Stranger here. It's sitting in P5, taking that risk on the two-stop. They tried it at Daytona in the Alfa Romeo, and it didn't quite work out. But now, when we're on a bigger playing field, a 90-minute race instead of the normal 45-ish racing minutes, it just all comes out, and you see the strengths of this Alfa Romeo and the Porsche, and not so much the McLaren, the way Boybegum's been driving it. You just see it come out in Stranger's driving, that
yes,
he's able to conserve, and now he's just gone bang, and he's set the lap times when he's needed to, and 38.8, 38, 39, oh wait, hang on, my game has mixed up the order of the lap times a little bit, so that's a 38.8, 39.7, 38.8, and now just another 38.9, and Bumcrack is running for his life.
He is, yeah, he is, but I think he'll find in the next 8 or 9 minutes, as his tyres get significantly worse, the Stranger, who's running still with very good tyre life. The Alpha's doing so well with the tyre life at the moment. He's going to have heaps on him. You know, it's going to be like eating McDonald's 5 minutes after it's been cooked versus after it's been 15 minutes left out in the cold. Genuinely. So that gap, while it's been hovering at 2 seconds right now, is going to close right up, and a tasty meal sitting ahead in P4 for the Stranger if he can manage it well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stranger, he didn't qualify that great, and he spent a lot of this race in last place. But now, staring at a P4 finish, this is an incredible drive from Stranger.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, Black Project is falling off the pace at the moment. He's had a few average laps in the 39s. So he'll need to crank that up because even Bumcrack, he's catching up. He's only 1.2 seconds behind. The Stranger, in fact, actually, no, I think it's Bumcrack who's had a cracking couple of laps. Yes, it is. Yeah, so at 38.8, Bumcrack knows that P4 is only going to be held onto it if he can really push that. But that's going to cost him tyres on track, and the Stranger is going, oh yes, please use your tyres because mine are better, and I'll have a real go at you in the last 5 minutes of this race. And yeah, we've got 8 minutes remaining on the clock here, and it's all to play for P3 right now. P2 almost certainly wrapped up with Budsy. He can just drive it home at this point. He's very low on tyres though. This is actually going to get interesting because Black Project, he's 3 seconds behind, but that gap has been coming down, and he can see him now solidly. All three of them can see each other. Boybegum running away with a little bit, 6 seconds the gap. So Budsy has used a lot of his tyres. He knows he can get P2. He's pushed it very, very hard. He hasn't conserved at all. This could actually cost him P2 if he's not careful, because Black Project is now within 3 seconds of him.
And now we see Stranger, Bumcrack. Oh, Felix! Felix is gone! He's lost the position to go! Oh no, this is disaster for Felix!
Oh, crikey. And actually, Pruitt is now sitting behind him on the racing mediums going, oh, yep, I'll have a crack at that too, please. Wow, good move there from Gurr. He's on, I mean, no tyres at all, and still managing to pass Felix. Felix has got tons of tyres, but he's on the hards. So we may see this position shuffle round again. Gurr might actually hold up Felix, and that'll put Felix within range of Pruitt. So Pruitt, who was P4, dropped way down the grid. Same with Felix. The strategy not working for the super drivers today.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look back up the front, Boybegum, he's pulled a 6 second gap once again, and Budsy, 3 second gap to Black Project now, and Black Project about a 1.6 second gap to Bumcrack, who only has 2 and a bit seconds to Stranger. So this could change at any point.
It could, and Budsy is doing a very, very good job right now to keep the gap as big as possible, because he's going to need it in about 2 laps. So he's not going to make it to the end of this race with full tyres. He's going to be on 0 by the end of this race, possibly having to do 2, maybe even 3 laps with no front right. That's going to bring Black Project right back into this, because he's still got plenty of fuel and plenty of tyres. Bumcrack behind him running a little bit less, but the Stranger, while the gap has extended a little bit, he's had a really bad lap previously, 39.9 there. It's all up there for P2, in fact. So this is not a battle for P3. This is a battle for P2 right now going on. Budsy is going to have a lot of work to do, because he's going to have cars in his rear mirror any time in the next 3 or 4 laps. I think the race is going to go on for at least another 6 laps, so probably lap 56. What do you think?
There's only 4 minutes left. They're only going to get another 3 laps.
Yeah. Okay, well that might actually work out in the way of Budsy then. He's probably got 2 laps of tyre left at an absolute max. So this is going to be really close.
So tight at the top end at the moment.
They'll be feeling the exhaustion set in. They'll be looking at that clock ticking down and going, is it over? Is it over yet? Boybegum has set the fastest lap again, but he seems to have a bit of energy in the tank outside of his fuel tank, so he's clearly running high on adrenaline, going, I can actually win this.
That was a massive slide, and that's bringing Prua back into things. As we catch that on the Next Level Racing Action replay, just caught too much grass on the penultimate corner, and he's almost just spun the car. That would have meant absolute disaster for the Respawn Esports driver, but he holds on to it for now. P7 for Freelix.
Whew, that was close. We'll also draw our attention over to P10, P11, where a huge race-on battle has been percolating around and is now coming to the point where it's nicely brewed. It's Daz and Shizer for P10, the last of the top 10 slots going. Shizer on almost no soft tyres. Daz with a little bit more tyre, but he's running very slow on track right now as well.
Absolutely. But I think Prua, he's definitely challenging. Oh, a little bit wide by Prua, that might be a penalty. I think it will be. Let's see what the stewards have to say.
Oh,
I think he's got away with it.
Another lucky dodge at turn 4. Wow, people are getting very lucky down there, I have to admit.
Yeah. As that gap to Freelix just 8 tenths. And it's what's the tyre difference at the moment? What tyres is Prua on compared to Freelix?
So right now on Freelix's car on P7, he's on the hard tyre, but they're very worn. Whereas Prua is on the medium tyres, but he's got about 20% left, so they're also very worn. So they should be lapping at about the same rate. However, Prua has been setting low 1-minute 40s, whereas Freelix can't get into the 40s at all. He's in the 41s and 42s. Oh, he's run right again!
Wide? Oh, is Prua able to make his way past Freelix? As Freelix, does he pick up a penalty for that?
Oh,
I don't think so.
He's once again so lucky, but you can see how little grip those worn hards have, and that is exactly why he should have been on them earlier in the race, because now he's just getting eaten alive by the guys on track. Point to the gap. Prua, can he look around the outside?
Oh, around the outside, can't quite get it done. As he's going to have another turn up towards turn 4.
Yeah. Oh, I've got to redirect our attention as well because Budsy has fallen within... Oh, Black Project's had a moment.
Yeah, and that's dropped him back into the clutches of Bumcrack.
Oh!
And Bumcrack chucks it down the inside. This is for the podium. No! Can't quite get... Oh, he runs wide. He does get it through. Oh, what a move by Bumcrack. As he gets his way past Black Project. How has he done that?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Budsy was within 0.8 of a second of Black Project. So Black Project had closed up the gap, but he ran wide at turn 3 onto the grass. He had dirty tyres and couldn't hold off Bumcrack, who's taken P3. Oh my goodness. And that's perfect for Budsy because he's on no tyres at all. He's at 0.
And they've got to do one more lap here.
Yeah. But that
most of these guys are going to get one more lap.
That's right, and that has almost sealed the deal for Budsy there. 3.5 seconds ahead. The guys behind are almost on 0 tyres as well. So Budsy has just been saved. Wowee. Holy moly. By the way, the Stranger has fallen off because he's run into fuel issues at the end of this race. So the limiting factor there for him was not in fact tyres. He had a good pit strategy, well executed strategy, but the fuel has just not worked out for him. He can't keep up with these guys who are able to open the gas tank and run maximum pace. But Black Project still keen for that P3.
It's still on. 1/10 between these two now as Black Project, this is pretty much the last opportunity he's going to get. Tries it around the outside of Bumcrack. Bumcrack not giving it up. Oh, a little bit of a tussle, but it looks like Bumcrack holds the position. This is going to be a massive fight till the end.
We are on the last lap of this race. Budsy is all but sealed P2. P1 will go to Boybegum unless he has a major incident. But Bumcrack right now, he managed to get ahead, stay ahead, sorry, in turn 3. He's looking fierce. He's cutting corners now. He knows everything's on the line. He wants to make sure he secures a podium position here. Black Project is going to be looking fierce. He's on low fuel. He can throw the car around. He might look up from the inside here, but no, he just needs to hold on to the back of Bumcrack as they go through the last part of this infield. Across the line after the pit straight. Boybegum will come now. It's all she wrote for P1 and P2, but the battle between P3 and P4 going on hard.
Oh, it looks like Bumcrack's going to hold it as Boybegum comes across the line in P1. And what's it looking like, the situation? It could be anyone's game for Bumcrack and Black Project. He pulls out. Budsy crosses the line in P2. What a finish from him. But is Black Project going to be able to get the position at the tying embers? Oh, 1.25! 25 hundredths of a second.
And out of
Stranger
fuel.
runs out of fuel to cross the line in P5. What a drive from him. Guru in P6.
Oh, Pruitt does
will
get
get
ahead.
P7
Yeah.
ahead of Freelix. P8.
Oh.
And Carbonby will come home to take P9. And Daz, Shizer, Rex have finished just behind as well.
Oh,
My goodness.
giddy aunt. That was a finish of the ages here in Division 3. Wow. We've got a bit of digesting to do, I think, Lenocis. And we've got another race coming up in Division 1. How good is this endurance racing here at Interlagos today?
Oh my goodness. That was 90 minutes of absolutely insane Sector 1 racing action. In
I'm
these
exhausted.
Enduros, you often find yourself sitting here thinking, oh, can it just end? Because you see whitewash races, but that had us on the edges of our seats the entire 90 minutes. And the good news is, we've got another one.
Oh, I mean, I don't know how you're feeling, mate, but that was exhausting from a commentary perspective point of view. Obviously, we'll take a little break, but crikey, I think the standouts there, obviously Boybegum winning the race with the fastest lap as well, set a 38.2 in the later stages of that race, and then Budsy done so well to get P2 there. Just brilliant racing.
Yeah, I mean, that was just incredible. But we'll run through the results for that one. It was Boybegum in P1 with the fastest lap as well, minor, at a 38.2. So that's a 10th off the qualifying time.
That's impressive stuff, especially after 90 minutes to do that. Shows that he had a little bit of energy left in the tank, as I suspect some of these other guys were feeling pretty exhausted by the end of that. But yeah, masterclass from Boybegum, right?
And Budsy for ISA Esports with a spectacular drive somehow came home in P2. Just crazy stuff. The guys down at ISA will be celebrating. I can see Diabolus in the ISA garage already cracking open a bottle of champagne.
Oh, I better go down and get a glass then at some point. But yeah, that was great job there by Budsy. Wow, top stuff.
And Bumcrack completes the podium tonight for Kraken Esports, the Kraken Esports team principal, the team owner, doing leading in style. And I don't know how he managed to do it, especially how he took the softer tires earlier on and then had to sort of fight back with the and then he somehow managed to get it at the end there. So great job to Bumcrack. Black Project almost, I mean, that was entirely up in the air until about the last 10 minutes for Black Project there. That could have gone either way. And P4 so close to that P3, but unfortunately misses out. And Stranger P5 for Doghouse Motorsport, the another one of our TOs in this lobby. Gur in P6 for Dadson Racing. Those two on the alternate strategy and almost turned it around. So massive stuff for those two. Gur finishing in P6 there, of course. Prua in P7, another TO in this Division 3 category from Session Motorsports, coming home in P7. Freelix unfortunately led a lot of this race, but faltered in the latter stages, and P8 is all he could muster from tonight's 90-minute enduro. Carbonby, the other Obsession car in tonight's race, in P9. Daz in P10 for Deeds. Shizer in P11. And Rex was the last of the finishers. And Killer on the Loose, P13. Now, might I add, how did we only have 3-4 cars that weren't on the lead lap? Virtually everyone was on the lead lap. I mean, Daz, Shizer, and Rex, they would have all finished on the lead lap if it were not for the timer running out. Nobody got overlapped, and I think that's incredible in 90 minutes to see that the entire field is still within one lap of each other. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
crazy.
it is actually crazy. It's not something you see in 90 minutes of racing. Usually the field is, 2 or 3 laps spread between the bottom finishers and the top. So I think that shows that the execution of the strategy has been pretty much equal across all of them, despite, whatever tire you ended up starting on, you basically ended up in the same position that you were at the top at the start of the race. So I think it goes to show that there's been a very fine balance struck here with the setup of this 90-minute race, and with the cars that have been selected here, the Group 4 cars. I suspect we probably would have seen 2 or 3 laps in the gap if this had been a Group 3 race, but as a Group 4 race, it just brings the skill and the strategy right into it, and you're right, it's just astonishing to see such a close finish. I will make a note myself about Black Project. He finished 15 seconds off the lead of this race. If he had stayed out and managed his fuel on that last stint, he would have still finished 10 seconds ahead of Boy Begum and won the race.
Oh boy.
Hypothetically, of course. But, one can have 20/20 hindsight, especially from up here in the commentary box. But, we were surprised to see him come into the pits, but he fought back really, really well and nearly took that P3 position as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think we're about to head for our 10-minute break. We'll just flash up our track schedule once again, as these Division 1 is coming up just next. They're scheduled to start in 15 minutes, which I think at this rate we will have them starting, which is the first time that I think we've ever had a Division 1 race actually start on time.
That's right.
But that's pretty crazy. I'm happy with that. So, coming up very shortly. I think just before we go, though, we need to tally up the Driver of the Day nominations. So we have a couple in chat so far. We have Driver of the Day Budsy, Driver of the Day Womble, Driver of the Day Boy Begum and Budsy. We have a couple here. Make sure to put your Driver of the Day in the chat, guys. I think I've got to give my Driver of the Day to... It's got to be Budsy. I mean, you can't go from P11 to P2 and not get Driver of the Day. That's just crazy stuff from Budsy.
I think that's a good call. It's really tricky. I really want to go off kilter here and potentially select someone else. I don't want to appear to have any bias, teammate and all that sort of stuff. Driver of the Day, getting the Womble Award. But I have to say, Budsy, it's a standout performance there. And to hold off at the end, I mean, it was a little bit lucky for him to get that P2 at the end, because with Black Project making that huge mistake, Black Project would have been right there to take Budsy out of P2 and secure that for himself, in which case Budsy could have slipped back to P4. But it's a fantastic job for him, strategy well executed, to come from P11 to finish 11 seconds behind the leader of this race. It's top job, so no bias intended at all, but Budsy, hats off to you, mate. You're absolutely my Womble of the day.
And
As a fellow driver, I'd like to give my nomination for Driver of the Day to Budsy as well. That was an absolutely amazing drive. I mean, I'm not entirely surprised. Budsy and I have actually spent some time in another league racing in the same division, doing 90-minute and 2-hour races. So for him to do as well as he did in this format of racing, not at all surprising to me.
Absolutely. Good stuff, Joel. There we go. 3 Wombles go to Budsy. Yeah, good job at the end of the day. We actually thought you were going to be flying up the field with that last stint, but it just didn't pan out, did it?
No. The consolation I'm taking away from this round is I managed to complete the whole race with no off-track excursions and no time penalties whatsoever. So I'm taking that as my own personal win.
I think you should definitely have a pat on the back for that. 100%. That's an award in and of itself, especially after 90 minutes. No mistakes essentially at all. So yeah, well done for that. Genuinely.
Thank you. Just a shame the 8.6 is slow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because we've seen, I think correct me if I'm wrong here, I haven't driven the 8.6 at all, and the Supra is of course fast in a straight line, same with the 86, I suppose, to a degree, but suffering a bit on the infield. Would that be an accurate assessment there?
The 8.6 was actually pretty good through the infield. I was able to make up some time on some of the Supras through the infield, but as soon as you get anything near a straight, yeah, that 2/10 you made up, they pulled 3/10. So it's hard. It's a little demoralizing.
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to watch when you've done such a good job on the infield, which is, it's a tricky infield, and seeing the Supras struggle around there, you go, great, I might have them this time. Then you get to turn 13, and suddenly there's a car disappearing in front of you. Yeah, that's rough, especially in a slipstream.
Yeah, it just disappears off into the distance, and there's nothing you can do, so...
Oh, crikey. Well, nonetheless, well done anyway. Even if it's just your personal goals, I think that's honestly a race well driven, and it was just a fantastic race to watch, all up and down the field. That first sort of 10 laps, from your experience, you were in the pack that was battling for that first 10 or 12 laps. How was that? Because there was so much action happening for us to keep up with. There was a fight going down at the bottom of the field.
I'm not sure. Like, from my perspective, there was a lot of drivers very close together, but it didn't feel as intense as it might have looked. I mean, us as a group of drivers, for the most part, we've raced around each other quite a fair bit, so we're familiar with each other. Sort of have half an idea of how aggressive someone's going to be, etc. And to be honest, everyone showed great awareness that, hey, this is a 90-minute race, so let's not do anything stupid. So full credit to all the drivers for that. At least that's how it looked from my perspective. I don't know if that was actually the case or not, but that's how it looked to me.
There was a few bit of scraping bumpers and scraping shields. There was certainly a little bit of that, and it was looking very intense from our commentary box and all the viewpoints that we had from up here. So... yeah, but it did.
Oh, yeah.
It was clean though. I was very worried about what might happen. Lap 1, turn 2 can get very here and there. But I think everyone was very respectful. I think there was some really good driving in Div 2. So Div 2, where all the team owners are, everyone keeping it very much on the straight and narrow in terms of respect.
It was quite intense for the first 4 laps or so. The heart rate was definitely up there, but it might have just been nerves as well.
Yeah, fair enough. It's tough to start that, and then you don't want to be involved in an incident. You don't want anything to happen at the start of 90 minutes, because then it just ruins your race. It can just completely take you out of the contention for any kind of decent finish, and no one wants to drive around 90 minutes of track where you've got no one in front of you or behind you.
Funny you should say that, because that described about 80 minutes of my race.
I was about to say, because I remember we came on board with you a couple of times or on the stream, and yeah, you were very much in the doldrums, just nothing happening around you. Most of the time we came to your car.
I don't mind that, to be honest. Just let you put your head down, run your strategy. There's no one to interfere with you. Mm. So it's got its upsides. It's also boring as... Is it 9 o'clock yet? Can I say that word? No, I can't. It's quite dull. It's quite dull.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, I understand. I also prefer to be running in my own sort of air, my own clean air and all that. Having the heart rate up for 90 minutes, some of the guys would have been close to that, given the way that the race panned out, especially Budsy in P2, who's running on 0 tyres for the last 3 laps, seeing every faster car that qualified ahead of him catching up in his rear mirror. He would have had a very stressful last 15 laps of this race, but you're right, keep the heart rate down and just say, I'll just do my thing, just leave me alone, I'll do my thing, I'm happy kind of strategy. Definitely works out for some of us, doesn't it?
All good by me.
Before we get too far ahead, I think we should probably head to our intermission before we can, so we can actually get into the Division 1 lobby, have everybody rested up and ready to go for another 90 minutes. Big thank you to CGK for helping out with the RD side of things tonight. It was good watch tonight.
It was indeed, and my pleasure as always to be in. So I will. Well, we can talk about this during our break, but it's been a pleasure anyway. So thank you all, and thank you, Lenocis, of course, for the broadcast.
Alright, and we'll just head to our 10-minute intermission, so we'll catch you guys very shortly, and we'll be right back for our Division 1 Enduro race here at Interlagos. Hello everybody, and we are back. We're about to go racing for the Division 1 Enduro, and wow, it's looking like it's going to be a magnificent event, as always. But before we do, we'll just have a look at how the point situation is shaping up for the Division 1 guys. So Geesh leads the way on 123 points over GTR with 102. Mork and Davey completes the top 3. Diswood in 4th in the championship standings. Captain Muffin in 5th. Atom in 6th. Lewis in 7th. Scar 8th. Ricky Bobby 9th. Wakey 10th. Blind Man in 11th. Corey Hack 12th. Hellraiser 13th. And the newcomer Niff in P14 there. Although Niff, I believe he's had to take an early leave to the championship due to personal commitments, and therefore we won't be seeing him tonight or later on for the foreseeable future, but it is what it is. But anyway, my name is Lenocis, once again, as you already know that, but joining me in the commentary box is the Division 3 fast guy, Carbonby.
The Division 3 9th place getter.
I wanted to say that, but I thought it would be, you know.
Well, you're not wrong.
The guy
It's
that
not-
came 9th in Division 3, here he is.
Well, I was the winningest 8-6. There we go.
If the top 8 didn't count, the winner.
Yes. We're just conducting a few test starts with the Division 1 guys, just letting them get the first lap niggles out of the system, and there's been a few friendly reminders that, yeah guys, 90 minutes, you're not going to win it in the first couple of corners. Please don't try.
Yeah, these guys
So-
are usually pretty disciplined, so we'll see how they go. I mean, these are the best of the best. I mean, after Sector 1 did just win the GTSS, we can confidently say that these are some of the best drivers around.
I love how you just very subtly slid that in. That was quite nice. Just
Of
going
course,
to
of
quietly
course.
brag about our drivers here.
Hey guys,
As
our
we
drivers
should.
are quick.
Yeah. Like World Tour quick.
Oh yeah, which speaking of, if anybody saw that Facebook, Instagram post from Gran Turismo where our very own HC Atom was listed under New Zealand, he's going to Amsterdam next month, I believe, isn't it? I think so. If Atom's in chat, tell us please.
I believe it's August sometime.
I think it's August 12th, but don't quote me on that, guys. Alright, before we get too sidetracked, we should probably jump in. We can't keep these guys waiting anymore. We're 8 minutes behind schedule at this point, so should probably jump into qualifying. What do you say, Carbonby?
This sounds like a great idea. I was going to run another test start, but yeah, sorry boys.
Was the first one alright?
Yeah, the first one could have gone better, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, well, I mean,
But the second one was an improvement, so that's what I like
Okay.
to see. They've made progress.
If it's an improvement, that's good enough for me. Okay, so we're about to
Alrighty.
get underway with the Division 1 qualifying here. I almost clicked the go to track button. Please don't click the go to track button. I've done that once. Rode Atlanta last season. Whoopsies. Croissant, says Diswood. That's very valuable input into the driver's chat at the moment. I didn't know
And,
Diswood was French. Did you know he's French?
I don't believe he is.
He's using French words. I think these guys just haven't.
I'm pretty sure croissant is not a French word or a word at all in any language.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay, Adam. Okay, that's a bit of a doozy. All right. We ready to jump into the
Just waiting for one more driver to tick in.
Mr. Morgan Davey, Mr. I won the last race. Come on, Morgan. Mr. Potentially, I could get 1,000 points this race. I mean, not in one race, but career points. That'd be a bit funny, wouldn't it?
Why is it a
single
Deeds
race.
driver? Morgan, tick in, or I'm starting qualifying without you, mate.
Because he was speaking another language. Okay, Morgan.
There we go. Right.
All right, here we go.
I will start qualifying without you if you want to muck around. Don't think I won't do it.
All right, here we go, boys. And we are go in this qualifying session. As it looks like Ricky Bobby, I don't know, it must be, I don't think anybody really knows how it works, but it seems like the same drivers get let off first in each field each time. It seems to always be obsession drivers, eh?
How so? I mean, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, I mean, every race that I remember this season, Ricky Bobby's always been first one or second one out.
It was quite nice during the qualifying in the race. The Obsession Motorsports and CP Motorsports communications were patched in together, so it was nice to be able to communicate with the race winner, Mr. Boy Bagoom, during qualifying, as he was quite quick and was gaining on me quite fast. It was nice to be able to have a chat with him and just say, yeah, mate, just duck down the inside on this corner, would you? Go past. Thank you.
Wait, what did you qualify again? It was... wasn't too far.
10th?
What? I thought it was actually.
7th? I honestly don't
somewhere
remember.
around there. That was 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter
Morgan
anymore.
is Morgan Davies is taking the opposite strategy of slowing down and allowing everyone past, so he's sitting dead last on track.
Yeah, Morgan Davey really likes his open space on track. He always likes a bit of fresh air, and we've seen it throughout throughout the season so far. He's usually just gone out, sacrificed an extra minute of his qualifying, which Brent, the Deeds team owner, strongly is against. He's like, yeah, what, you could potentially be wasting pole position, having however 3-4% fuel more than everybody else. But I mean, seeing him out here today, as we see, who's that? That's
Blind
Man, just
on
sitting
the main straight. Quite sure what's going on there. I'll keep an eye on him.
Just doing a Morgan, just letting everyone past. And now as they cross the timing line, it should... No, it does not. That's only in the races. We have to wait till they have to do a whole lap before it sorts itself out, tells us who's where. But we'll start running through at the moment. So Ricky Bobby for Obsession Motorsports, first one out of the garage, Lewis in P2, Woody in third. He took the first sprint race win last time out before our season break, Blind Man. Fourth one, no, he's not the fourth one out on track because he let everyone pass, but Wakey is the fourth one out at the moment. Captain Muffin sixth, Distinct Geesh after him, Atom after him, GTR in ninth on the road, Corey Hack, Red Mist Driver, 10th on the road, Scar 11th, then of course Morgan Davey, second last because... Alright, let's see what the lap times are as they cross. Ricky Bobby 38.1 first lap time. Lewis goes P2. Ricky Bobby currently holds the provisional pole, but there's a lot of times yet to be set. Woody, Captain Muffin, and Young Wakey immediately. Distinct Geesh, Adam. There's a lot of names in there, and they just went quicker than that first time set by Ricky Bobby. GTR's in the mix there as well.
That always hurts when you see your name up the top of the timing sheet and you're like, yeah, that was a good lap, and then in rapid succession you tumble down the order. It's can be pretty cruel, but you just got to pick yourself up and get back into it.
Absolutely. I mean, Jeesh, he's P1 at the moment with a 37.2 for the first flyer. I imagine those times to drop a little bit lower. I can potentially see a 35 maybe. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
I think a 35 is outside of the realm of possibility. To do that, you would need to have a stupidly low fuel load, which you're not going to see in a 10-minute quali. Fresh softs and a slipstream. Like a massive slipstream.
Or you can be distinct Jeesh.
Well, yeah, I mean a 37.2 first flyer, that's just disgusting because I think the fastest lap I've ever seen myself do in the 8.6 is a 38.4, and that was with a low fuel load. So,
As Jeesh peels into the pits, doesn't complete the lap. Let's see if anybody does improve. Adam peels in. Any improvements? Yes, GTR improves to P2. The 2 championship protagonists as he splits the 2 Respawn Esports drivers. Morgan Davey slops himself into P7. Nice lap from him. So we see Young Wakey and the Captain Muffin very close to each other on track and in the timing charts. P4 and 5 for those two.
just riding on board with GDR. He's 800th purple through the first sector.
Sylvia should be a good car around here. It's a very technical track, and Sylvia's no slouch in a straight line either, so, I mean, could this be the race where GTR finally breaks the record of most wins that he currently ties with Brocky?
You've really been going through the stats this week, haven't you?
I have a document. I've got a sheet of paper. It's just got it all written down.
We've got actual paperwork. I like it.
Digital. Real paper.
Oh. Now I'm disappointed.
Yeah. As GTR's still purple, he's just got one more turn to go, really. And could he go to the top of the timing sheets? Or is he going to peel into the pits? That's the question. I don't think he'll have enough time if he doesn't peel in. And he does peel in despite being purple. He reckons he can go quicker.
I'd say he knows he can go quicker.
Yeah. I mean,
What's he done at the moment? A 37.4. Yeah. I have seen 36s out of these guys in practice lobbies earlier in the week, so...
Have you seen any 35s?
Negative. Not from guys driving Group 4 cars, anyway.
Yeah. I'm sure some of the guys driving the Super Formulas practiced a little bit here, maybe, perhaps. Maybe there was a 35 from one of the Super Formula drivers.
Wouldn't a 35 in a Super Formula be quite slow here?
Yeah, there might have been. Maybe they spun a couple of times.
Sounds like my kind of lap times in a Super Formula, to be honest. Spend more time facing the wrong direction. As GDR's come out of the pits right in front of Distinct Geesh and his teammate Adam. As he
That's good
gets on the brakes, yeah. Yeah, you got the two Respawn guys working in tandem. They'll be doing their no, you have the slipstream. No, you have the slipstream. Oh, thank you. I'll give you the slipstream for the next lap. So kind of you, good sir.
I mean, as long as I don't start reversing, we should be fine.
Or getting in any other driver's way or interfering in anyone else, which I've never seen happen. So, yeah, there's of course nothing wrong with working with your teammate. I would actually be concerned if I saw non-teammates working together like that. That would be kind of strange.
As there's only 1 minute 20 left in this qualifying session so far, and I mean, it's all to play for now as Geesh is coming up to the start-finish line to set his first lap, and is it going to be quicker? Let's have a look. 36, 37. No, he's down, but he's going to have one more crack at it here. GTR is on an out lap, so he's going to have one shot to try and go quicker here. Not seeing much improvement up and down the field at the moment, as I say. It's Blind Man improves to P9.
Someone just straight away proves you wrong. It's like the commentator's curse, but in reverse.
In a good way, yeah.
As GTR is purple through the first sector by 4 100ths.
Can GTR get it would be a second pole of the season, is it not? I think his only other pole was that Brands Hatch, also in the Sylvia.
He could be in a good spot here because he's coming up behind Corey Hack, who's in the Supra. So if he does all right through the infield here, he can have a very nice slipstream on the final straight to the finish line.
Let's see, what's the split going to be as he heads towards the second sector timing line? Is he up? That's the question. No, he's down. That's massive. He could have got a quicker time earlier. But let's see if he can nail that final corner. He's going to have the slipstream all the way down to the finish line. As Ricky Bobby improves to P6. I think he already was P6, but he holds P6 as GTR. Can he improve potentially? On the run down to the line, Adam to P2. Adam. Great lap from him. GTR reclaims the P2, just 400ths between Geesh and GTR, but it'll be a fourth pole position for Geesh. I believe that's everybody on a lap finished now, potentially. Scar, it's Woody that's left. And is he going to improve from last position? I don't think he will. No. Oh, he does, but not good enough still. Stays where he is.
His fastest lap. So full credit to him. He's managed to find a bit of pace, but not quite enough, unfortunately.
I think we're waiting on one more. Yeah, Lewis, but he has a 2-second penalty. But that concludes the session.
Beautiful. Alrighty, I will get myself some screenshots of the qualifying results.
So this is the order of the qualifying session. Geesh finishes in P1 with a 37.2. GTR in P2 joins Geesh alongside on the front row of the grid. Adam takes P3, Muffin in P4 in the McLaren, Lewis in P5, Ricky Bobby in 6th, Young Wakey in 7th, Blind Man 8th, Morgan 9th, Corey Hack 10th, Scar 11th, and Diswood comes up in 12th position. Not the greatest of qualifyings for Woody, despite taking a win in the second in the sprint round. So you'll be sure to see him climbing up the order as we go on.
I have faith in Woody's abilities in the endurance race. I don't anticipate that he's going to finish the race in 12th position.
These guys. Woody goes, I have trouble with this car. So does Scar, and then Woody goes, I have trouble with this course.
If someone asks me if they want to settle it in the lobby, I will not be happy.
Alright. So I think we should get into this sooner or later.
I did say to the guys I would just give them a couple of minutes to do any last-minute tyre changes. Also, a highly recommended toilet break. It can be a really long 90 minutes if you don't do that.
Yeah.
Ask me how I know. Actually, no, don't ask me that. And Geesh did request a couple of minutes just to, I'm not quite sure what he has to do, to be honest, but...
Don't say it like that.
Okay, right, yeah. All right. Jeesh is now back, so that was nice and quick. And we should kick the race off, I think. What do you say?
Yeah. I think that's an awesome idea, Carbonby.
Let's go.
Alright, as we're about to go green into the Division 1 Enduro here at Interlagos.
Am keen for this race start.
Yeah, I mean, could go either way, really. I hope these guys can keep it clean through the first couple of sectors as the light sequence starting now. We have 5 lights. It's out and away we go. Oh, no, I clicked the wrong one. No, go back, go back, go back. Okay, here we go as they barrel down towards turn 1 now. And it looks like Jeesh holds the inside. Is GTR able to get him? Maybe. Oh, they're side by side. Looks like it's a clean start for these guys. Nobody really losing out there, so pretty good. But as they barrel down towards turn 4 now, these guys shuffling for position as they head towards
this top 4 is on. Oh my.
GTR, does he get it down the inside? Yes, he does. But is Jeesh able to hold it around the outside? Muffin's trying to get in there as well. Oh, wow.
I love this. Captain Muffin is just quite happily swinging and throwing the elbows out with the big boys. Like, just does not care who the names are. I'm just getting involved in this and you're getting out of my way.
Captain Muffin! He tries to chuck it down the inside of GTR. Can he get it pulled up? No, but Jeesh is going to follow GTR through. Oh, he runs wide. He tries to hold it around the outside. This is some brilliant racing from these guys. The open laps. Who's that dives down the inside? That's the Kraken Esports driver of Young Wakey on Blind Man there for 7th position. As Captain Muffin, he's managed to hold on to P2 somehow.
I'll give, without giving away too much information, the top 5 drivers are all on the same type of tyre.
Oh, that makes things very interesting at this stage in the race. Let's see if Captain Muffin can make a move on GTR into the first turn. He pulls out. Can he get it done? Steps on the brake pedal. Oh, and he gets it done. Captain Muffin into the lead of the race on lap 2.
And I can hear Flatstick going absolutely mental in the CP Motorsports garage right now.
This is 2 CP Motorsports drivers leading a race in 2 of the Enduros. And GTR does not have a reply into turn 4. Oh, GTR, big moment on that curb there, but it manages to hold on to it for now. As they head into turn 6 now. And Jeesh just seems a little bit content just sitting behind GTR at this point in the race.
I think that is quite possibly a very intelligent strategy choice of his to do that.
It's a long way to go. We're only 3 minutes into a 90-minute race.
Correct. And rather than burn up your tyres and, you know, all your fuel early on in the race, it's probably a better decision to just sit back, sit behind someone, watch what they do. Just take your time because, like you said, it's 90 minutes.
Don't tell Muffin
for a while.
As Muffin takes off into the lead of the race immediately at the get-go.
Well, Muffin is no stranger to the longer time racing format either. Having spent a few seasons in another league as well, doing 90-minute and 2-hour races.
As these guys complete their second lap of Interlagos, as they barrel down towards turn 4. Once again, it's a very much single file here, as Jeesh just sort of shows the nose a little bit to GTR, but holds off on the move just for now. As Lewis running wide may come with an invoice.
keeping an eye further down the field in 8th and 9th is Scar and Morgan Davey having a great little tussle, which is rather intriguing because there is a tyre compound difference between the two, and, well, you wouldn't know it.
I mean, Morgan Davey, I believe he's actually lost a couple of positions off the start. Oh no, I think he started P9. I believe so. But yeah, just trying to hold his own for now from Scar. Who Scar is
you
actually
are correct.
pushing
Morgan
Ricky
did
Bobby.
start P9.
Oh, has he chucked it down the inside of Ricky Bobby? Can he get it done? Yes, he can. What a move from Scar. Very opportunistic into the final corner there. But now Ricky Bobby, does he have a reply? The center S's are coming up. The first turn will be the next opportunity for Ricky Bobby to try and get past Scar.
I'm just wondering whether Ricky Bobby wants to or not. There is a tyre compound difference between these two drivers.
And he just sits behind there. As we'll try and catch that on the next level racing action replay there. And there we go. Scar just chucked it down the inside, and brilliant move, textbook stuff from Scar to get the move done and move himself up into P7 ahead of Ricky Bobby there. As we see Wakey on the back of Lewis.
And that little fight between, Morgan Davies had a little bit of a moment, which has dropped him back down into the clutches of Woody and Blind Man, who are, well, they're going in a very tight pack, almost 3 wide into the infield section, which, I wouldn't consider that to be the greatest idea, as they finally decide that it's probably not a great idea to go side by side through the infield and settle themselves down a bit.
As
Woody's
Corey
doing
Hack,
quite well. He's up into P9 at the moment.
Yeah, and Morgan, he's dropped 2 positions there. Could that potentially be because of tyre?
I would say the tyre compound has a lot to do with it.
As Corey Hack's sitting 3 seconds off the back of the pack as well.
I would say tyre compound also has something to do with that, so take that as you will, people.
Now, can I ask, is there 2 or 3 tyre compounds on the track at the moment?
You can ask, but whether I will answer, of course, just for you. There is just the 2 compounds of tyre on the track at the moment.
That is very interesting.
I think everyone's sort of keeping their cards close to their chest at this point in time.
Seems like most people have a very similar strategy at this point then. We'll see how it plays out towards the end.
Well, to be fair, I think a lot of drivers are going to have a very similar strategy. Mainly because there's a lot of drivers in the exact same car.
I mean, yeah, that's usually... I can see
we have
that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50% of the field are in the Toyota Supra.
50%? Yeah.
Yes. 6 out of our current 12 drivers are in the Supra.
That's a stark comparison from Division 2, where I think there's only 3 of us. As Atom sets the fastest lap of the race, but GTR immediately improves. So, funny enough, GTR has dropped to 4th position below the respawn pairing. So Geesh up to P2, Atom into P3. And it's 2 respawn cars followed by 2 Hooncorp cars.
I'm genuinely impressed by Muffin out in front with a 1 second gap as well. That's a commendable effort.
But how's the tyres looking for Muffin and the fuel? Is he using a lot more to stay out in front, or is it relatively the same?
The fuel situation, yeah, it's not great in his... It's not in his favour, but it's not hugely out of kilter. Funnily enough, he's doing better on tyres. Like, front tyres are much the same between himself and Geesh, but his rear tyres, well, are so much better than Geesh's.
Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
is ironic, considering he's in a mid-engine car, which are usually not particularly kind to their rear tyres.
Those changes to the brake balance, like being able to change your brake balance, I should say, it seems to have boosted the McLaren's performance significantly. I think when we had Captain Muffin on the micro sector a couple of weeks ago, he said it best. In his car, he just doesn't have the confidence under brakes. With that brake bias, he's able to adjust that out and be more confident under brakes in the car, more consistent, and he doesn't have to be afraid of the rear end stepping out, which, I mean, that just directly translates into speed and enduro.
Confidence in your car's ability is always worth a couple of tenths, regardless of whether there's any physical changes or not. If you're not confident in your car, you're not going to get the best out of it, ever. And in contrast, I guess, to that, the brake balance adjustment has been somewhat useful to myself as well, just to let me do a little bit more trail braking with the 8.6 without it being a understeering sort of a thing. You won't hear me say nice things about the 8.6 very often, put it that way. And yet, I still chose it. Yes.
Now, something to mention actually with this race is that being double points, we're at the stage of Sector 1's history where drivers are approaching massive milestones. And how it is today, what it's looking like, is this is the race to 1,000 points between TX3 GTR and Morgan Davey. It currently sits at 966 career points to TX3 GTR and 950 career points to Morgan Davey. So either driver have the potential to go all the way and take the first person to get to 1,000 points. Of course, I think GTR only needs a P3 or higher, whereas GTR needs a P9 or higher, where Morgan Davey needs a P3 or higher.
Sorry to interrupt there, but just saw young Wacky do a beautiful move under brakes into turn 1 to go past HC Lewis to take over P5. Don't think Lewis is exactly keen on letting him go, because he really wants to stay on that rear bumper.
Yeah, I mean, Wakey
can't muck around too much because he's got Scar not that far behind him.
Yeah, that's a massive gap between GTR and Lewis. Maybe a little bit of strategy between the two Hooncorp drivers. Maybe Lewis backing up the rest of the pack a little bit, give GTR and the guys ahead just a little bit of a helping boost.
Well, getting into lap 8, or at the end of lap 8, I think we can probably drop some fuel and tyre information. So Captain Muffin out in front. I'm only going to focus on the front right tyre or the right hand side tyres because they're the ones that matter. He's sitting bang on 50% fuel, and that front right tyre is probably about 40% worn. The rear tyres maybe 25% worn. And I'm just going to drop a little extra information as well. He is on the racing medium. Behind him, or not that far anymore, just down to less than 4/10 now, also on the racing medium, is Geesh with about 55% fuel. Both of his right-hand side tyres are about 50% worn. His teammate Adam, a little bit further adrift, is pretty much the same in terms of tyre wear, but he's probably got a 4 or 5% fuel advantage. He's got about 60% left in the tank. GDR has a nasty 1 second penalty hanging over his head. I would say he's been a bit naughty at turn 4 and gone wide. Just under half a tank of fuel. The front right is about 50% worn, but the rear right is probably only about 15% worn. So Sylvia being really kind on its rear tyres, surprisingly. He's also on the medium compound. Also on the medium compound is a young Wacky, who is just over half a tank of fuel and probably about 40% tyre wear, front and rear. A little bit further behind is Lewis, also on the racing medium, about 60% fuel. Little bit of a tap on the rear bumper there from Scar. Nothing malicious, I believe. Might have just got caught out by a different braking point. His tyre wear's a bit past 50% on the front and, well, around 10% on the rear. So Sylvia's very kind on the rear tyres. Just quickly, I'll get to Scar, who's about 50% wear front and rear, just over half a tank of fuel. Also
as he goes for the move, actually, Scar gets it done on Lewis. Good move. But Lewis, he might have something to say as they head up towards turn 4 now. Let's see if he can position his car, being able to get past Scar here, retake that position as he feints to the inside, and he eventually takes it. Oh, very last minute. Oh, gets it down the inside. Oh, Scar gets pushed wide. That might come with a penalty, but
Lewis did the right thing there. He backed off. I think he might have just accidentally given Scar a bit of a tap, sending him wide, and he's done the right thing there. He's gotten off the gas, allowed Scar to come back. But on the entry to that turn, Lewis did the one thing that I did myself multiple times in practice, is just putting the rear tyre on off the edge of the track when you hit the brakes. And well, I'll tell you what, he's held control of that much better than I ever did, which you would expect with him being in Division 1, myself being in Division 3. So, as he goes a little wide, is he going to cop a penalty for that? No, it looks like he's gotten away with it. Lucky man. Alright, so I think 1 second behind is Woody, who is probably hoping that Lewis and Scar are going to continue their little battle. He's just under half a tank of fuel now. The front right tyre on that 8.6 is probably about 3/4 worn, whereas the rear is about 30% worn. Then we get back to the first of the hard compound runners, which is Ricky Bobby. Just about 45% fuel left in the tank, and those right-hand side tyres sitting on around 15 to 20% wear, which, being the hards, not entirely surprising. Also on the hards, not far behind him, is Morgan Davey. He's got he's a little bit better on the rear tyre wear than Ricky Bobby, but not surprisingly, only has about just over 25% left in the tank. You know, Deeds drivers doing Deeds things. As he has made his way past Ricky Bobby, who is now joined by the Mercedes of Blind Man, whose front right tyre is looking very unhappy with its situation, at about 75% worn. He's just under half a tank of fuel, so the Mercedes being quite frugal in terms of fuel usage. And certainly not least is Corey Hack, who's also on the racing hard tyres, about 10 or 15% wear on the front, 20% on the rear, and sitting around 40% fuel left in the tank. And while I've been yapping, up the front, Distinct G has taken the lead of the race from Captain Muffin.
Yes, he has, but it looks like Muffin is going to take it back. He's going to try around the outside. Can he get it done? That's the big question here. The CP McLaren, can't quite hold it around the outside. The switchback is on though, and he gets it done! Can Geesh hold the position? No, he cannot. Muffin slams the door shut.
What a move.
And he's going to hold it into turn 5. tries to hold around the outside, sends Geesh narrow, and then it takes the inside line. Textbook switchback from Captain Muffin there. And these two are both on the medium tyres, aren't they?
They both are, yes.
Now, what is...
Oh, I think Woody's had a moment. He was just recovered from front end damage. He's had quite the moment, I imagine.
He just said 11:10 in the chat. But as they continue on now, Captain Muffin continues to hold the lead of the race. Geesh 4 tenths behind at the moment. As they start the 13th lap.
I wonder if there might have been a little bit of an incident with Woody and one of the other drivers who was around him at that point in time, because he did have company on track. But that's something I'm going to leave to any potential incident reports and the stewards, because that's definitely not my job.
Absolutely. As Captain Muffin, he's still holding about that 5/10 gap. As I say that, it immediately closes to about 3 tenths, as Geesh just has a much better line than Muffin into turn 6 there.
And just a little further back, Atom and GDR have switched places. GDR's up into P3 with a 3-second gap back to Atom. Just having a look at the lap times here to see if I can work out what has gone wrong. Nothing major is staring out at me, just Adam's had GDR's had the last 3 laps 138, whereas Adams have been 141, so yeah, that could explain it. How he's... Oh, thought he was going into the pits there for a second, but that's just a very, very narrow line that these guys run.
As they come through the first complex of corners and barrel down towards the timing line at just before turn 4. Captain Muffin, he's edged a 6.5 gap to Geesh at the moment. Now I think, I'm not too sure. I mean, the strengths and weaknesses of each car would tell you that the Supra would catch up in a straight line, but it seems the other way around. Seems that Muffin loses most of his time through this technical middle sector, while Geesh loses his time on the straights. That tells me that Geesh is using a lower fuel mode.
Well, he actually kindly has it up for me on his multifunction display at the moment as I'm riding on board, and no, he's in full power mode. He's using a lot more of his tyres than Muffin, but Muffin is using more of his fuel. So I dare say that Muffin will be in, I'd say, the end of lap 16 at the latest.
Which, that's still 2 laps away.
Correct. As Geesh pulls into the pits now.
Ooh.
He pulls the trigger.
Off the mediums, so they are done. He does not have to use them for the rest of the race. But now's the question. Is it mediums or hards?
I will keep an eye on that, and... well, should I tell you? Should I just keep it to myself and let the people at home watching guess a little bit?
I think
yeah,
it popped
I'll
up
do
on
that.
the screen. Yeah. Oh wait, somebody else came to... Ricky Bobby, Morgan Davey, and... yes, we have a couple of pitters this lap. Morgan Davey in typical Deeds fashion, with 6% left in the fuel tank.
Compared to Ricky Bobby with 23%.
Yeah.
And both of them, having used the hard compound, can now... well, bugger that tyre off and not have to use it ever again in this race.
Sheesh comes out on the hard tyre.
You ruined my fun, mate.
It has it on screen, okay? Like, people can't just ignore that.
Just people at home, just ignore seeing or hearing that for me, can you? Thank you.
Everyone close your eyes. Alright, you can open them.
Well, I think Jeesh might have closed his eyes there because he had a bit of a moment at turn 4 on the dead cold hard compound tyres. So who else is doing what? Captain Muffin is coming into the pits at the end of lap 15.
He's got 8% in the tank. I mean, that's not a lot.
He could have done another lap, but I'm not sure if that front right tyre would have liked the idea. As Adam's into the pits as well with
12% fuel save.
A lot more fuel. Wacky goes around again.
And
as
so
has
does GTR.
GTR is almost on empty, and that front right tyre is very DED. So, I dare say he will be in at the end of this lap. If he's not, well, he's going to run out of fuel.
Yeah. As at this stage in the race, there's only 11 seconds between GTR and Wakey, to be honest, and a further 11 seconds back to Blind Man, who is a hard runner.
Here we go. Since we're letting out tyre compounds, we've got Atom and Jeesh out of... Sorry.
Oh.
Blind Man. Wait, Blind Man? No, he hasn't pitted, but he will have to very soon because that front right tyre is completely red.
As Muffin has been jumped by Adam. That fuel save was enough.
To be fair, Captain Muffin has completely brimmed the tank.
And what about Adam? Oh yeah,
Whereas
Adam's only put about 60% in, hasn't he? Because he's...
That is correct. He is on the soft... Well, both drivers are on the soft tyres, and they will be absolutely chomping time out of Jeesh, who is on the hard compound. As GDR is in with absolutely nothing left in the tank, and nothing left on that front right tyre. Wacky goes around again. He's pushing for 17 laps out of the mediums, which, yeah, he's still got about 15% of fuel left, so he could do another 2 laps if he wanted to. Not sure how that front right tyre feels about the idea, but yeah. Blind Man obviously has little regard for his front right tyre as he goes around again, doing another full lap on a completely bald front tyre.
Wait, what compound is he on?
He's on the medium.
Oh, okay. I thought he was on the hards.
He would have done really well to completely destroy a front tyre in the hard compound in 16 laps.
Yeah. I was like, what on earth is he doing in that Mercedes?
So Jeesh has gone very defensive with Captain Muffin. He's said to him, yeah, I know I'm on the hard compound and I know you're on the soft, but if you want to go past, you're going past the hard way. He's making him earn it.
He should be able to get this done now as he chucks down the inside of turn 6, and he does. Good move from Captain
Meanwhile,
Muffin.
A very opportunistic GDR on the soft compound is going to say, yep, well, we're going through on the inside.
Great stuff.
I like this. This is where the difference is strategy. GTR and Jeesh have gone opposite directions here. Both started the race on the medium. GDR's gone the soft, whereas Jeesh has gone the hard compound here. Which will work out better? Or, who can make their decision work the best for them? Who knows?
I think for
I certainly have no
Jeesh
idea.
on the hards, to get its maximum out of it, he really needed to stay ahead of those cars, Adam, Muffin and GTR, just to be able to hold them up a little bit, as Did somebody just peel into the pits? No, I'm seeing things.
Bless you.
I muted my mic on the stream, Carbonby, and then when I sneezed,
right.
it just sounded like you randomly just said "bless you."
That's fine. It's fine.
Wait, have we lost a car? We have. Who have we lost?
That is a very good question. It's not Woody. Is it Scar?
Yeah, I believe so. But I don't think he left the lobby, did he? He's still... He didn't, like, disconnect. Did he just leave? Or, like... Did he disconnect? Yeah, I don't know. A couple of people in the chat...
has left the room. I actually did not see that happen live. Interesting. And confusing at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
I was just like, 1 out of 11.
just quietly at the moment, in the current race lead, even though he hasn't pitted, on completely bald front right tyres on the medium compound, is Young Wacky. 11 seconds clear of Blind Man, who also has a completely bald front right tyre on the medium compound, who's going around yet again. Obviously, both of these guys have no regard for the well-being of their front tyres. They just are driving it on the rim. I paid for the entire tyre. I'm using the entire tyre. Seems to be the go-to strategy here. But that might be to their detriment because, well, actually, Blind Man's lap times have remained fairly constant. Whereas Young Wacky, he's lost a second and a half, give or take, in that last lap with a bald tyre. But he will definitely be in at the... Well, both of these guys will have to be in at the end of this lap because they have no fuel left. I mean, you can obviously drive on a bald tyre, but you cannot drive with an empty fuel tank.
Also,
well, you can.
Muffin,
you're only going to do 80k an hour.
Muffin's lost the position to GTR there. Which... Because GTR is flying at the moment. 37.5 was his last lap as Wakey comes into the pits.
Now, Blind Man, you better do the same thing too, mate. Yep, there you go. Good stuff.
And now,
right, so
those guys have gone 57 minutes on the... I mean, there's 57 minutes left. They've gone 33 minutes on those tyres, both of those drivers. So, now begs the question, are they going for the two-stop?
I would dare say they will be if they've done 32 and a half minutes on the mediums. If they can save... The question is, you'd have to do a lot of fuel saving to get a decent number of laps out of the hards.
Let's say they do another 32 minutes. That leaves them with 25 minutes remaining. Now, 25 minutes on the softs, that's a tough ask.
Yeah,
but it's doable.
I mean, if any drivers can do it, it's these Div 1 guys, but that sounds like torture to me.
I mean, if they do the two-stop, could we be looking at a first Young Wakey win? Wakey Gate intensifies.
It's certainly got potential. He's back in P7 at the moment with a rampaging Morgan Davey coming in hot, who has the tyre advantage over him because Morgan is on the mediums, whereas Wacky has opted to get the hards on the car. And interestingly, has not fully fueled the car.
Yeah, he must be going for a three-stop, surely.
I would say so, unless he knows something about saving fuel that I don't. Because from memory, the Supra's good for about 17-ish laps. I mean, you might be able to extend that to 20 or so if you fuel save. But how much pace would you sacrifice doing that?
Exactly.
I mean,
That's the big
as
question.
a super driver yourself, you're probably better equipped to answer that question as Morgan Davey goes past him down the main straight.
Good move from Morgan Davey.
Chucks on the indicator to say thank you very much.
As they head down towards turn 4 for the 21st time this race.
While Atom's in the lead, he does have a GTR coming in hot, who is only half a second behind him at this point, and does have a better tyre situation, and fuel situation for that matter. Captain Muffin's not exactly losing touch with the two of them either, so if they decide to get a bit cute with one another, Muffin will reap the rewards of that, because that 1.8 second, 1.6 second gap will drop down very, very quickly. Oh, will
Absolutely.
GTR have a move on Atom going into T1? Atom's right on the
he
pit
might.
wall.
Outside, around the outside for GTR. Can he get it pulled up? Oh, he's still alongside. Oh, that's a bit close there.
Yeah, good decision making from both drivers there.
But he's going to have another crack into turn 4. Atom extremely defensive. Does GTR go for it? No, the door's closed. Oh, that was very, very tight.
I believe that's called just showing the nose.
I think he showed a bit more than the nose then.
What did I say about these two getting cute? Captain Muffin's back within 7/10.
Oh, wow. Dare I say Captain Muffin going for the race win. He's in prime position at the moment.
He will be loving this. He will more than happily accept any fighting between Atom and GDR.
And GTR, he's going to have another opportunity into the first turn once again at the start of the 23rd lap. So we're approaching the halfway mark soon, about 8 minutes till we're there.
Without sounding too biased, sort of nice little shout out here.
Oh,
just quietly at the
GTR, he
moment.
gets it done this time. Yes, he does. Brilliant move from GTR and Atom. Does he have a reply? Return to sender potentially. So they head down towards turn 4. Yes, he might. He shows the nose. No, backs out. Wisely done from Atom there. But Captain Muffin, he's within slipstream range. The gap 6/10. We have a battle pack forming for the lead of the race here. As Geesh is miles off the back at the moment. He's already lost 10 seconds.
Those racing hard tyres would be the cause of that, I believe. But as I was saying, just quietly, little shout out to Ricky Bobby, currently sitting up in P6. Doing quite well for himself in clear air.
Yeah, he started on the hards, and now, what tyre is he on? Is he on the mediums or the softs?
He is on the mediums at the moment.
Okay. So at this point, you would assume he would run one, maybe two short bursts of soft stints.
Well, he and I spent some time this afternoon coming up with a pit strategy, and I admit I kind of threw mine out the window and mixed it up on the fly in my race, and it kind of seems like he's done the same thing as well, because what he's doing is not what we were talking about at all. So I'm quite keen to see how this goes for him.
I mean, I was talking to him the other day and I gave him a strategy. but I don't think he's following either of ours at this point.
I think he's pretty much chosen to ignore the both of us.
He's gone rogue.
Oh dear. Who else
But
is
it's
close
okay,
together on track?
He's the top driver at the team. He can make his own decisions. He's an independent
Yeah.
driver.
It's an independent driver. Yeah, anyway. Quite close together on track at the moment is Corey Hack and Blind Man along on the back of Wacky, who Blind Man just sends it down the inside at turn 1 on Corey Hack. He does have the tyre advantage being on the softs versus Corey Hack on the mediums. And he will definitely have the advantage over Wacky just in front of him, as Wacky is on the hard compound. And I think that will be fairly obvious to both drivers, with the delta coming down very, very quickly without too much trouble. So I guess the question is, does Wacky make it easy for him, or does he make him earn it?
I mean, seeing that he's passed already, I'm gonna say easy. But
Well, as
I'm
I
sure...
finish that sentence, I think Wacky left the door open for Blind Man to go down the inside there.
With such a massive difference in grip from the softs and the hards.
Adams had a moment at turn 1, which is let Muffin get right onto the back end of him. It's given GTR a little bit of breathing room.
The Golden Macca could potentially make a move. As he... No, he doesn't peel out. I was about to say he peels out, but he just sort of sat behind the entire time. Not really interested in a move there, Captain Muffin.
Well, the fuel advantage that GDR had over Adam earlier has actually reversed. And GDR does have the tyre advantage over Atom, having run that longer first stint. Just has a few less laps on those soft compound tyres. Captain Muffin has a massive fuel advantage over both of them, so maybe Muffin choosing to brim the tanks to take a little bit of pain in this stint in order to make his next next laps a little bit shorter.
See?
Oh, Adam!
Oh,
Hangs on to it.
huge moment.
But he may lose this position to Muffin at the end of the main straight. He's going very defensive, right down the pit lane wall. I do not see him leaving that. And Muffin is going to make him stay right there. Captain Muffin going with the...
Holds it down the inside! Oh, how did he get his way past him then? Adam parked it on the apex, but Muffin said, no, I'm going to go through the apex and take the track position anyway.
I have had Muffin in my ear this week about being very aggressive with the curb cutting at turns 1 and 2, and I think he's just shown me exactly what he was on about.
Yeah. On entry at this track, the track limits are virtually non-existent as long as you're on the curb, but on exit, that's where it bites. So you can take as much curb as you want on entry and gain time from it, but on the exit is where you need to be so careful, and we see that catching out a couple of people with those very, very harsh track limits penalties that Interlagos is known for in this game.
Yes, in the practice earlier this evening, Mr. Boy Bagoom and I were having a little bit of fun to see how much of a penalty we could rack up in one lap. Both of us easily succeeded in racking up over 4.5 seconds in penalties just on one lap.
Reminds me of a league back on GT Sport that I used to race in where... Oh, Adam's
into
in.
the pits.
Yeah, so as I was saying...
What compound?
It reminds me of this league I was racing on GT Sport where they had strict track limits penalties turned on at this track, and that is ridiculous. It gives you 3.5 seconds for running wide, right? So I, as a protest to the stewarding team over at that league, sent in a video of 1 lap of Interlagos where I managed to rack up 3.5 minutes worth of penalties. That is how ridiculous Gran Turismo is at this track.
I'm assuming track limits were on strong.
Yes.
Okay, but ouch.
I ran wide everywhere you could run wide, and I got 3.5 minutes.
Okay, Atom has gone out for another stint on the soft compound tyre.
And Lewis is in onto the softs as well. What
Currently out on the
tyres
road.
did Lewis pit in for though? Was he on mediums?
I will be honest, and I don't recall what tyres he was on in the previous stint.
I believe it was mediums and now he's on the softs. So, as it stands, Ricky Bobby, I mean, well, he's 20 seconds off Geesh, but he's sitting in P4. And Morgan Davey, P5, just behind him as well. These two have been battling the entire duration of this race from start to current as we pass the halfway mark, actually.
Both GDR and Muffin in the pits as Geesh takes over the race lead.
So it's a different story this time. GTR has virtually no fuel, where Muffin has about 30% left in the tank. Now let's see what tyres they've got on the car.
Did completely brim the tank on his previous stop. And has chosen to not put fuel in, but has gone with the hard compound. So
that is a very interesting strategy.
Either Muffin has made a mistake and not put fuel in, or he's planning on running a stupidly short hard compound stint.
And running an extra long soft stint at the end, or maybe even a medium stint. No, well, no, he's yet to run the soft, so it would have to be a soft stint. Or was he? No, he was just in off the softs.
He was just on the softs, yes.
So he would go out on the softs again, maybe? Or depends how long he can run. If he can... Oh, he's got 30% in the tank, though, so...
Yeah. He's got less than 30% fuel in the tank because he came into the pits with 28 and did not fuel. So, is this a strategy masterstroke, or has he made a massive mistake?
Well, whatever the strategy masterstroke is, if it is one, I fail to see it. I don't see how this could play out for him. Oh, unless you'd have to be a medium. Have to be.
I'm going to keep an eye on that.
I think we're all going to be keeping an eye on it.
That is something I'm going to keep an eye on because I am quite intrigued by this. Alright, so at the moment, sitting in P3 on the road, well done to Ricky Bobby. He's doing fantastic. I do see Morgan Davies not that far behind him, but he's on the fuel light, so probably safe to say we'll see Morgan into the pits at the end of this lap. Whereas Ricky Bobby could probably stay out for another 2, maybe 3.
We always see Ricky Bobby being able to stay out that extra lap or 2. He just seems to conserve the car just that slight little bit, just in case, and especially in an enduro, that extra lap or 2, it's very useful in the grand scheme of things.
I'm just watching Blind Man as well in the Mercedes. He's on the racing softs at the moment, coming into the infield section. I just wonder if he will be driving on the softs completely bald like he did on the mediums. But he's got a very fresh tired, fueled up GDR coming in hot. So with GDR having chosen to take another stint on the soft tyres.
That's GTR and Adam that have both taken 2 soft stints in a row, which leaves them both with the hard tyre to finish it off.
Adam is right on the rear bumper of GDR at the moment. Also has quite a nice little fuel advantage over it. Probably nearly to the tune of 10% as GDR heads down the inside of Blindman. Ricky, Bobby and Morgan both into the pits.
Let's see how far they drop back here.
I'll keep an eye on them just to see what they do in terms of tyre.
This little battle pack from yeah, it's including GTR, Adam and Blindman here, which are they all on the same tyre? I believe so. Although Blindman took his couple of laps earlier than the two in front, I believe. Would I be correct?
Ricky Bobby comes out of the pits with a set of racing mediums, whereas Morgan Davies has chosen to go the softs and a full tank of fuel. What was I looking
he's getting
at there?
overtaken by Corey Hack here, actually, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
His cold tyres, unable to do anything about it.
Corey Hack's also on the soft compounder tyres with a much lighter fuel load, so warm tyres, faster tyres, less fuel. It was inevitable, really. But to answer your question, Captain Muffin has just come into the pits now to get rid of those hard tyres, I presume. So he's done 1, 2, 3 laps.
There's still 40 minutes left. Oh dear. Is he going to do a 4-stop?
I don't know. Is he changing tyres? Yes, he is. He's changing tyres. The hards are off.
But what went on? That's the question. We'll find out.
Fuel is going in. It is still going in. Yep, still going. So he's okay. He has gone on to the soft compound.
Oh, and he hasn't full fueled. He's going for a 4-stop.
No.
He has to. You can't.
He's not going to make it another 38 minutes on 3/4 of a tank. Not going to happen. He's got another stop. Interesting. I mean, bold. I'll pay that. Let's see how it works out for him. Right.
Yeah,
Who else is doing funny business? Speaking of funny business, Mr. Blightman is once again driving on completely bald front tyres. But he will be in mercifully at the end of this lap as his fuel gauge is also borderline empty. I'm surprised he's still driving, to be honest. I cannot see anything in that tank. As Geesh is in the pits as well, getting rid of those nasty, nasty hard compounds. What tyre does he go on to, is the question.
It would have to be the softs. Surely. Mediums?
Mediums, well.
He hasn't had softs. Has he? Sure. No, I don't think he's had softs.
He went mediums, hards.
Mediums.
And one would presume he's going to run a soft tyre in the final stint.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's at the upper end of Div 1. I'm not going to tell him he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. I'm not going to.
We'll tell him he's wrong in 36 minutes time if he loses the race.
Yep, alright, fair. Sounds like a deal. Okay, so who else is maybe trying something a little bit out there? Woody's on the soft compound, driving with his hazards on. Not exactly out there. Blind Man is out of the pits now. He is on the hard compound of tyre with about 65-70% fuel in the tank, so may not be out there for that long on them.
He might be going to the end actually. 35 minutes, that's doable.
On less than 3/4 of a tank.
Oh, yeah, no.
I mean, the Mercedes is relatively good on fuel, but is it that good?
I don't know. Not quarter of a tank, but
3 or less than 3/4. So
yeah,
he's
yeah.
actually about 2/3 of a tank as he stands now.
If he had full field, I think he could have pulled it off, but
It's certainly doable. The Ricky Bobby Morgan Davies battle is still going. There's 1.6 seconds in it. Morgan does have the fuel and tyre advantage over Ricky Bobby, who is he's doing well to keep in touch with Corey Hack, who actually has the tyre advantage over Ricky Bobby, but not able to use it to its full effect by the look. Actually, no, looking at their lap times, I should just shush now because, yeah, there's a good 6/10 of a second difference.
so as it is, I believe GTR and Atom are running the same strategy. And there's only 7/10 between these two at the moment.
With GTR having nearly a 10% fuel advantage at the moment.
And Jeesh is in 4th position. On the alternate strategy, he's running his 2 soft runs now, while these guys are on their 2nd soft run. And they've got to wear hards.
Isn't Geesh on his 2nd medium?
Oh, yeah, what? I don't even know what Jeesh is doing anymore.
Well, he ran a medium and then for his first stint. Then the second stint was a hard. Now he's on a medium again. So he's basically going to run the softs last and only one lot of them, which
Yeah.
I find intriguing because I had imagined that these Div 1 guys would try to run on the fastest compound tyre as much as possible.
And especially seeing that Jeesh is... I mean, the time that he pit, 38 minutes left on the clock, that is always going to be a 2-stop left, especially when you have one compound left to use. And he's elected to take the mediums, which he didn't need, because he needed the soft. Whereas you could easily do 2 soft I don't know, it's...
I think he wanted the medium for its longevity because looking at his pace on, well, the hard tyre, and like, he was doing solid mid to low 39s on the hard tyre, which I find incredible. And then his first flyer here on the medium compound has been a 38.2, which is his fastest lap of the race, as he just does a 38.1 and goes quicker again. So maybe he's choosing the double lot of mediums just for the stability, because the medium tyre doesn't drop off a cliff like the soft tyre does. It's more of a gradual rolling hill rather than a straight cliff.
But the question is, would have he ever reached the cliff doing the 2 softs? I don't know, there's a lot of questions up in the air with that strategy.
I believe he would have been running around on bald front tyres a lot had he have done 2 soft stints here. Because
We'll
he
see how things
pitted
play out.
lap 32. Well, either way, I'm still not going to tell him he's wrong.
We'll see how things play out. We're 2/3 through the races. Actually, the sun's setting. It's getting dark.
I did notice that a little bit earlier as they're coming through the infield. There's a nice sunset in the face. I was just also impressed to see young Wacky up in P5, but it's not entirely accurate as he is on the fuel light, so I'd say he's about to come into the pits. And he's still got plenty of tyre left. He doesn't have a whole lot of fuel left, which will be good news for Captain Muffin just behind him. As yes, young Wacky does come into the pits. I'll keep an eye on him to see what compound he drops on for, well, will it be his last stint? Will it not be?
So how has Muffin lost so much time here? Oh, that's right, never mind. I remember. Don't worry. Stupid question. Move on.
Radio, I will pretend I didn't hear that.
I was
as Muffin goes purple through the first sector.
Yeah, if you look at his lap times over the last few laps, he's been looking very, very quick. 37.7, 37.2, 37.4, and 37.3. I mean, every point counts, and if he can top GTR's time, I mean, Geesh still has his soft running to do, but he would have the fastest lap for a while until Geesh finally decided to put on the fast boots and went for a jog.
That is remarkably quick times. I'm genuinely impressed, Muffin. Well done.
Let's see what the split is when he gets to the sector. And he's up on his own time, not purple, and without a slipstream, I doubt he'll gain 800s, maybe. He's only 200s up now, but let's see. He might have got a good run out of that final corner. Let's see what it's going to be.
From what I saw, it wasn't particularly great. Sorry, Muffin.
Oh, still very, very consistent times from Captain Muffin, though.
That gap to GDR and Adam is kicked out to 2.5 seconds. With Adam's last lap going from the 37s to a mid-38. And GDR's been sitting very consistently in the mid-37s.
As we enter the final third of this race, final stage, this is where people are going to start coming in for their final pit stops and seeing whether they can go to the end and potentially take any final positions.
This is also where fatigue starts to kick in as well. 60 minutes in the rig. At this kind of level, it can be quite intense.
Absolutely. I know for a fact that myself, whenever I'm driving even the normal distance races, my knee starts to just hurt a little bit from constantly on the pedals and holding it up, so I can't even imagine what these guys are feeling at the moment driving along.
I gotta admit, my leg was a little bit sore. It's quite painful actually to get out of the rig after tonight.
Yeah, it's getting quite dark out here, actually.
Yep, the headlights are on. I'm just watching Atom and Lewis. Both of them are on the racing soft tyres. Both of them are on the fuel light, so I would imagine that both of them will be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. As will, well, GDR definitely will be because he and Adam have no fuel left. There's nothing.
I think mid-pack is Freelix in the chat, but I think they said it best. What in the name of Ferrari strategy is Muffin doing?
I think GDR actually has to take the hard compound tyre now, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah. GTR and Adam have to take the hards, while Geesh can take the softs. As Lewis is in as
Correct.
well. Is Geesh in? No, he goes around again. I mean, this is where you
He's
can
on the
sort
medium.
of run your
He's on the
softs.
medium compound, so he's got half a tank of fuel. He's got 15% wear on his tires. He can just keep going.
But he needs to stop eventually for those softs.
He will.
But when does he pull the trigger? This is the time where you can sort of run your softs till the end.
Okay.
So he's
Fun
got to
fact:
bite the bullet.
GTR has gone the soft compound, whereas Atom has gone the hard compound.
Hang what? What? He can't.
Well,
Wait.
he can, and he has.
Hang on.
I sense.
Medium, soft.
Mm-hmm.
GTR, you've got. Oh no.
And it does say mandatory tyre when you go to select the tyre when you enter the pits. It's a little flashing icon above the tyre type.
Oh no.
I sense he may be going for another pit stop. Because you do only need to put the compound on the car and run one lap. So potentially what we're seeing here is GDR will pit with one lap to go, slap the hard on, and just run that one lap. Because, I mean, he does fulfill the requirements.
Yeah, but is it really worth the extra 40 seconds of... I don't know. This, let's just see what happens. See how it plays out. As we see a battle going on, or is that an all-lap car? No, that is a... Oh wait, no, it is a battle. Adam and Morgan Davey fighting for position, and Morgan Davey...
Adam has a lovely half-a-second penalty.
Is that for track position? Wait...
Oh, Morgan is on some very worn soft tyres, whereas Adam is on some fresh hards. So, not really.
Okay. But he still managed to find his way past.
It's, well, soft tyres versus hard tyres. Like,
yeah. Question is, how dark does it get at Interlagos? Guess we're about to find out.
I think we're about to find out, yeah.
Yeah. As Corey Hacks in the pits to put some fuel in and continue on. And Woody being lapped by a number of people. I wonder if he's got his hazard lights because he's paused the game, or whether he just likes buzzing, flashing lights.
I don't think he's paused the game.
He's lapping a bit quick for the AIA.
Yeah, it looks very human driving to me, and I mean that in a good way. I don't mean that in a bad way.
So, what I'm seeing at the moment is Geesh. Okay. Everyone. There's a lot of umming and ahhing with these enduros.
big deep breaths there, Lenocis. Big deep breaths. Just.
Geesh
let the brain do its thing.
Captain Muffin does not need to pit. GTR...
Captain Muffin will need to pit because he's got about 10% fuel left in the tank and he's not doing 22 minutes in that.
I'm more talking about, like, tyre requirements. So, yeah. So, GTR needs to pit again. Morgan Davey... I don't know. Morgan Davey.
I'm loving the uncertainty because while while on the timing board and the track map, it looks like, you know, the field is massively spread out. When you take into account all the different strategies and all the factors going on here, it may not be as spread out as, it looks at first.
So Atom does not need to pit again. Now, okay,
That is a
okay.
negative. He is set to go till the end of the race.
Yeah, so wait, hang on. He's got a 26-second gap to Geesh. Everyone ahead of him needs to pit.
Correct.
Wait! Adam could win the race!
He very much could, yes.
Oh my goodness, but how much time is he going to lose on those hard tyres? That's the question.
Well, to put it in perspective, on the softs, he was lapping in the 37s, 38s, as Ricky Bobby goes down the inside at turn 1. Says, thank you very much, I will have that because I'm on the mediums and you are on the hards and there's nothing you can do about it.
And Ricky Bobby does need to pit again.
He does indeed.
Okay.
But where was I saying? Adam was running sort of 37s, 38s towards the end of the soft stint. He's now running a 140 flat on the hards, so he's losing 2 seconds a lap compared to his soft tyre time.
This is going to be a very tight finish between Atom and Geesh. If Adam is doing one less stop than Geesh here, he could be in prime position for the win. But that gap is currently at 30 seconds, and what's Geesh's fuel looking like?
Geesh is bang on a quarter of a tank. Okay. As he goes around again, I think Muffin might be in this lap because he is dangerously low on fuel as he does come into the pits. GDR's going around again, and well, he's got just over half a tank of fuel.
GTR goes purple.
He just did then with a 137.106. Damn. But he does have just under half a tank of fuel and some fresh softs, so I dare say with 20 minutes to go, less than, he will be... Well, he's going to have to pit again for that hard compound, so... Interested to see what he's doing here.
Yeah,
I honestly have no idea.
I feel like GTR, he could have... Oh, if he just went onto the hards, he'd be in the same boat as Adam here, but... Yeah, I don't know. We'll let these Div 1ers do their Div 1 stuff.
Well, the one thing GDR has going for him in this scenario is Ricky Bobby will be possibly holding Adam up for him. Not knowingly, of course, but...
See, Felix in the chat says, you don't lose 40 seconds pitting, but around here you do. The pit transit time is upwards of a minute.
Just tyres, a pit stop is 41 seconds.
See, Felix? See? But then again, Geesh does have to put fuel in the car, and if he's got a quarter of a tank, depending on how much fuel he comes in with, he has to put that into the tank again to get to the end. But however late he leaves it, this is giving me a headache. So many variables. As
Paul
GTR,
Lewis has picked up a half-second penalty.
GTR has lapped within a couple of thousandths of his best lap, 2 laps in a row.
Oof. As it is getting quite dark here at Interlagos.
As he is purple again, actually, GTR. Could we see a 36? I want to see a 36. Come on, GTR. You're pretty much there in the first sector. I think we're already quicker than qualifying at this stage, so let's see what these guys can do.
37.3, 37.3, 37.1, 37.1.
Make it a 36.
If he does need to make an extra pit stop to slap on those hard compound tyres, he's definitely got to what's the phrase I can use? What time is it? Oh, it's after 9 o'clock. He can go hell for leather. He needs to do that.
As he approaches the penultimate corner on the circuit now, and he's down. Okay. Okay, just shatter our dreams like that, GTR. That's fine. And looking back at him, that gap to Geesh is he's only lost 2 seconds in the last 4 laps. I think Adam might be able to hold on here. 15 minutes left. Geesh will have to pit. GTR will have to pit. Ricky Bobby will have to pit. Adam is the first one that doesn't have to pit.
Wow, that's quite the revelation there. As Ricky Bobby does come into the pits. Where is he going to pop out in regards to the rest of the field?
By the looks of it, probably P10. That was a very sudden switch.
I wonder if Lewis is going to need to pit again because he's on about 1/3 of a tank of fuel on the racing softs with 15 minutes to go. Captain Muffin is good to go to the end. He's got 2/3 of a tank of fuel with a fresh set of racing softs. Young Wacky is just over half a tank of fuel on some racing mediums, so he's probably good to go. He gets a bit loose coming through turn 2. Oh, Ricky Bobby is coming out on track just behind Morgan Davies, so that the two of them have been proverbially joined at the hip the whole race.
I said P10, he came out in P8. Let's go, Ricky Bobby. As Geesh is in, bites the bullet. This is where things get interesting. What's the gap to Adam? It's 29 seconds when he came to the pit. Oh my. Adam is nursing those hard tyres. He is driving the wheels off those hard tyres. Car, maybe. Wait. I don't think that quite made sense, but everyone knows what I mean. As what's the gap going to be? Oh no, it's 34 seconds. I'm looking at the gap to GTR.
Geesh is still putting fuel in. Adam goes past.
Oh, this is a big gap.
Geesh is moving.
Oh.
He's on the softs. He's got half a tank of fuel. He is going to give it all of the beans.
It's going to be about 6 seconds. Maybe more. I don't know. That's a big gap. What's it looking like?
But
5 seconds.
Oh, that'll be gone in like 3 laps. That's a soft compound versus a hard compound with Adam.
But Lewis might be able to hold him up though. Maybe not. That's oh no, he's gone. That's
Lewis goes very, very wide.
Yep, there he goes.
There's the penalty. And I believe Lewis will have to stop again. I don't see Lewis making 13 minutes on less than 30% of fuel.
Now, when does GTR come in? Because he's got to put the hards on. He's forgot the hards.
I would like to think he has not forgotten it. And if he's doing the strategy I think he's doing, it's a very high risk versus reward.
30 seconds to Adam. I mean, has he got enough fuel to go to the end?
He's bang on 1/4 of a tank, so I would say no.
Oh, this is such a tough call for GTR. I think he's just trying and trying for that fastest lap, but these lap times are just dipping at this stage, so I don't know. Is he going to even make P3? I mean, as long as he finishes above P9,
I'd say he's got the fastest lap points safely in the bag. I don't see any other drivers getting a 37.1.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Oh, hang on. No, maybe Geesh, because he's on half a tank of fuel and a fresh set of softs, and he's got purple through the first sector. All right, so I'm just going to shut up because I don't know anything. He's got that gap down to Adam like 2.5 seconds already. So they might be teammates and all, but I don't think Adam is. I don't think Adam will be able to keep him behind him. He will lose that P2. It is a matter of, well, another lap. Let's be honest. And it does suck when you're on the slower compounder tyre, watching that delta come down, and there's just nothing you can do about it. As there is 9.5 seconds back to Captain Muffin, who is not yet under fire from Lewis, but who has another half a second penalty. And I don't see him making the end of this race on less than a quarter of a tank of fuel.
Well, there's only 10 minutes remaining. That's 5-6 laps. But he is on a very, very quick lap at the moment, Captain Muffin. I mean, he's hovering around those mid 37s, so doing an alright job there, Captain Muffin, as we enter the final 10 minutes of this race.
Back down the field a little bit. Morgan Davies has a Supra for company again, but this time it's young Wacky who's going to send it down the inside at turn 1.
Oh, a little bit of contact, but he sticks it through. Good move from Wacky.
Who's on some half-worn mediums versus Morgan Davies on some fresher softs, so I don't. Morgan's got enough fuel to battle with TV, so I don't see him letting this go that easily as he goes around the outside at turn 4. Oh. That's brave.
Never gonna work. But he's still holding it though. Oh wow! He manages to hold it back through on young Wakey, but young Wakey, I would imagine he'd stick it straight up the inside once again. Oh no, holds off for now.
This is only going to be helping our mate Ricky Bobby, who's 3.6 seconds behind at the moment, but that gap is dropping. He's on a light fuel load with a fresh set of soft tyres, so he is going to be coming in hot if these two decide to get rather cute.
Firstly, Atom lost the position to Geesh. Secondly, Geesh just set a 36.
I'm out. That's it. I'm done.
Lastly, GTR needs to pit sometime soon.
With a 34-second gap. With his fuel at the moment, I see GDR having to pit at the end of this lap, and knowing that it's over 40 seconds just for tyres, he may even lose out to Captain Muffin in this pit stop, who has re-earned his captain penalty nickname with a half-second penalty, most likely from turn 4.
As he comes in, and now Geesh will just drive away with the victory from here.
Yep, third of a tank of fuel, fresh looking soft tyres.
And he's purple again, oh my goodness.
Nearly 2/10 purple. Did Geesh pick up pole position by any chance?
Yeah.
So, does the dub points apply to fastest lap and pole position points as well?
I don't think so. I think it's just 2 points for pole position, 1 point for fastest lap.
Just double race points.
136.7. Okay, Geesh. Okay.
You can stop showing off now, as GDR slaps on the hard tyres with a third of a tank of fuel.
And
now, where does he come out? Because Adam's coming through the chicane out of turn 3 now.
So GTR might actually have it here. He's got the jump over Adam.
Well, 6.5 minutes to go. They're both on the same compound of tyre.
Although GTRs are looking significantly better.
Well, he did just come out of the pits. You would hope so.
If they didn't, there'd be a bit of a problem.
I would have questions as to what they're doing with those tyres in the pit lane.
And Geesh already has a 5-second gap. As long as he
So-
doesn't make any mistake, he's won the race. As simple as that.
That Morgan Davey Wacky battle has sort of dropped off as Wacky's just fallen off the back of him to the tune of 1.8 seconds, and now has a very fast-moving Ricky Bobby coming in, who's on the soft tyres compared to Wacky on the mediums. As he
Bit of contact.
Oh, he definitely thought about going down the inside there.
And there was a little bit of contact there from Ricky Bobby on young Wakey, and yeah, just a little bit keen to try to stick down the inside, and there was no gap there, unfortunately.
He did get back out of it to redress the position and make sure there was no harm, no foul. So, but he's got a fantastic run onto the main straight, so he's going to get this done well and truly in advance of the finish line.
What's the tyre situation between these two looking like?
Ricky Bobby is on the racing softs with about 1/3 worn. Young Wacky's 3/4 worn mediums, so...
But he's still putting up a fight as he chucks it down the inside, but Ricky Bobby able to hold it around the outside. Yes, he is. Gets to the apex first. And now Ricky Bobby holds on to 6th position.
Atom, I've just tuned in, has picked up a ½ second penalty from turn 4.
Oh dear.
He will be swearing and cursing, as there is only 1 second between him and Captain Muffin, so Muffin could be on for picking up P3, as Atom will have to slow down for that ½ second right on the start of the main straight.
And it's fresh softs against worn hards, essentially.
Oh, I wouldn't say fresh. That front right is 3/4 flogged.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
fresh
But
enough.
He is going to pick up that position as Adam has to slam on the brakes. Doesn't move off the racing line for burning that penalty, interestingly enough.
Why is he
There's
flashing
a bit
his
of headlight.
lights?
I
What?
don't know what's going on there. I do not see any purpose. Maybe he's trying the old, I'll try and distract him.
Reminds me
strategy.
of that RX-8 fun race we were doing last year sometime at Tsukuba in the dark and the wet. And I kept flashing my high beams at the cars in front. Good times.
Geesh looks like he is going to comfortably take this, being 8 seconds in front of GDR. On the hard compound of tyre, I don't see him catching.
As Ricky Bobby has got his way past Wakey and brings a bit of a gap, and now is looking forward to Morgan Davey.
He does have slightly fresher soft tyres than Morgan Davey, but not sure if they're 2.8 seconds fresher. And in shocking news for Deeds Racing, Morgan's actually got a better fuel situation than Ricky Bobby as well.
Oh.
I'm just wondering if young Wacky is planning on finishing the race, because he's on the fuel light right now. And there is this lap, and I'd say one more to go.
Yeah, it looks like it.
He'll make it. Yeah, he'll make it.
I think half of these guys are going to get a 54th lap.
I think you're right.
Everyone, yeah, the top 4, dare I say 5, no, top 4 are going to get a 54th lap, while everybody from about 5th place down will be finishing on this lap. So Morgan Davey will be the first of the finishers. In about a minute's time, that is. Well, 1 minute's time.
Geesh has the fuel to make it to the end. He's on the fuel light, but he will have enough for one more lap. GDR is also on the fuel light. I trust he'll have enough to make it to the end as well. Captain Muffin with a frankly sensational drive. We were all asking questions about his strategy earlier when he ran that. I'm just going to brim the tank, chuck the mediums on, and then when I pit, I'm not going to put any fuel in and throw the hards on and run them for a short stint. Had us all scratching our heads, to be perfectly honest, but it's put him on the podium, so I mean, it's not exactly been a bad idea.
As Morgan Davey will come home in P5 for Deeds Racing.
Yeah, with all the lights going on the main straight, I'd say he's pretty happy with that, as you should be.
Ricky Bobby P6, Young Wakey in P7, Corey Hack in 8th, who'll come home comfortably over Lewis, which Lewis has really struggled in the latter half of this race. Looking like such a good result for him in the end, at the start there, but yeah, unable to keep it up. So he comes home in P9. It'll be P10 for the sole Datsun driver here tonight in Blind Man as he spins across the finish line. I'm going to assume that was a tyre failure. And Woody, he somehow has stayed ahead of the pack. And
Only
he's not going to get
he's got
overlapped.
Geesh coming in hot.
As you cross the line in P11 here, Woody. And Geesh, what a spectacular drive. Wins by 13 seconds. Magnificent stuff for Geesh. Takes a 4th win of the season, I believe. And GTR.
Now, does this second place give GDR his milestone
Yes.
points?
He well and truly gets it. He needed at least a P9 and he comes home in P2. GTR gets the first 1,000 points in Sector 1. Captain Muffin in P3, Adam in P4, and that is all the story wrote.
Well, I'm going to throw it out there nice and early. My nomination for the Womble Award, Captain Muffin.
I agree. I could not agree more.
Running that oddball strategy that had us scratching our heads and putting the car on the podium. Yeah, I don't think it could have gone any better.
I still feel the strategy could have been improved slightly. I don't think it was intentional, that hard extra blip, but I mean, it worked for him. He got the podium, but he could have been challenging for the win there, I think. But good job to Muffin. He gets my driver of the day, my seal of approval as well. Awesome drive. He was there or thereabouts the entire race, and yeah, just spectacular for Muffin. Let's see if check your driver of the days in the chat below, and if you haven't already, make sure to like this video. Sorry about that. Yeah, so make sure to like the video and put your driver of the day submissions in the chat below. It was a very, very interesting race, that one. As we'll actually just get up the race results, the official race results, which I had forgotten for about 2 seconds. So as it stands, it was Geesh P1, GTR P2, Captain Muffin P3, Atom P4, Morgan Davey P5, Ricky Bobby P6, Young Wakey P7, Corey Hack in 8th, Lewis in 9th, Blind Man 10th, Woody in 11th, and Scar with the retirement there. So that is how things shape up here in the first division after the 90-minute Interlagos Enduro.
I
So-
don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. It was. It's been a heck of a night.
Yeah, and to mention as well, GTR and Muffin did a 4-stop. 4-stop. That's ridiculous.
4 pit stops.
And P2.
And still managed to run faster than what I could doing a 3-stop. This is why they're Div 1 and I'm Div 3.
Yeah, I mean, usually you think, oh, the Division 1ers, they're going to do less stops and be quicker than me. But they're doing more and still quicker. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, it's something to aim for, I guess. I'll probably miss every single time, but I'll aim for it.
As we see a lot of Driver of the Day submissions coming in. Driver of the Day Womble says Womble, of course. Corey Hack, GTR for 1,000 points and P2 with the 4-stop. I'm going to take that as a Driver of the Day. Muffin for Driver of the Day from Bumcrack. VF says Driver of the Day Muffin. Dadson said Muffin Man Driver of the Day. Driver of the Day GTR says Robert Rice. And Captain Muffin for Driver of the Day from Debrev, Morgan Davey, Driver of the Day Muffin. I think it's pretty comprehensive at this point. Everyone loves Mr. Muffin and his drive tonight. So keep him coming though, guys. I don't think... Oh, Muffin says Driver of the Day. Geesh.
I think he's a little too humble to vote for himself.
Yeah. Alright, so... wow, that was just... It was a crazy race. Like, so many different strategies. Just so much variability, and GTR are able to stick it through till the end there and come home with... I mean, not GTR, Geesh managed to stick it through and come home with the win there. So congrats to...
well, GDR did manage to stick it out and come home with a P2, so
yeah,
that sentence could have still worked.
And a massive milestone for GTR, managing to knock up the 1,000-point haul in Sector 1. So good on GTR to finally getting to such an achievement of 1,000 points. And I think with Morgan Davies P5, I think that puts him 4 points away from the 1,000.
Oh.
So...
It's all right, Morgan. Next round, mate. Next round. You'll get there. You're certainly a lot closer to it than, me.
Yeah, but what a night of racing. Firstly with that Division 3 race, and then lastly with that Division 1 race where, I mean, these Enduros, they're tough work for the drivers, the RD team and the streaming team and stuff, but I mean, the action is worth it. It's just so incredible, such a spectacle to watch.
Yeah, what a great way to come back from our several weeks break as well.
Yeah,
Nothing
and I'd like to
jumping in.
apologise as well, just in general, for a couple of things were a little bit rusty on the stream tonight from my end, but I hope it was fine for you guys.
No need to apologise. I'm sure you've done a great job, mate.
So anyway, that's everything I think I have to say for tonight. You got anything else to say, Carbonby?
As always, thank you to everybody who's tuned in to watch the racing tonight, and if you're still here listening to us, thank you for being around. It's been a much longer broadcast tonight, obviously. I don't know about you, Lenocis, but I am absolutely knackered, so I'm more than happy to call it a night there. That one was for you, Brocky.
All right. So thanks everybody for showing up tonight, and I think we'll call it here. So special thanks to Carbonby and CGK for helping out with the our race director duties tonight, and in the comms box. It was nice having you all here. I think CGK took off just at the start of the Division 1 qualifying, but yeah, thanks for helping out tonight, Carbonby.
Most welcome. It's been a pleasure.
And on that note, I think we'll sign it off there. We don't want to ramble on for too long, so that's Lenocis, Carbonby, and CGK signing off for the Interlagos Enduro. So goodbye, guys, and we'll catch you all next week for Group B. Oh no, the next event is the Community Series on the Thursday. So looking forward to that, everybody. But on that note, we'll sign it off there. Thanks, guys, for coming, and we'll catch you all next time. See ya.